Hello. What's up, everybody? Lonigan, Saladino, Firidon, Reki, Rasta, Parasocial Anxiety. Oh, that's a good name. One of my favorites on Twitch, actually. I've been using the expression parasocial anxiety in the past month. Thanks to you. Archeesy, Redacted, Mex, Keiko, $10. How are you doing? It might actually be my favorite. Yeah, Reki. You know, it is a good name. And especially using it on Twitch, I think is just, you know, there's a theme there. There's cohesion, which I appreciate, right? It potentially it is the perfect Twitch username. I will agree. Anyway, how's everyone today? Let's go sit on that main menu for a second. What's up, Warren? How are you doing today? I develop parasociality, but I'm too anxious to act on it. Well, depending on the type of parasociality, maybe it's better, you know? I don't think parasociality is necessarily a good thing. But I don't know, maybe sometimes... What the hell? What is that? Oh, what's up, Naz? How are you doing today? Okay, so that's not on the camera. That's... Yeah, that's backgrounds. What the hell? Hold on, I'm confused. Naz, thank you for the raid. How was Final Fantasy VII? I don't know why I asked. I was watching. I know how it went. Beautiful. Your cloud is hitting very, very hard. Beautiful to see. Cassie, Garrus, good to see you. Yes, Daniel, I have a massive crush on you. Well, Reki, well, you should, you know, I'm. There's no shame. There's no shame. People have been there before. It's fine. You know, there's precedent. What's up, Cow? How are you doing today? SCD, beautiful. Don't encourage me, you bastard. Hey, I mean... Getting close to wrapping disc 1. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Not sure how much is... Yeah, I mean... You finished the temple, right? So then you have to go to... Yeah. I think there's still a good stream, right? Probably? Hmm. New job opportunity at work could increase your pay by $7. But I'm feeling very imposter syndrome to apply for it. Are we talking $7 an hour? Like... An hour? Okay, okay. Which I'm assuming is a pretty significant increase then. I mean, $7 an hour is, you know, increase regardless of what's your current pay is probably pretty significant. Probably finish disc 1 on Monday. Yeah. Redeemed Hydrate with $500 Daniel dollars. So my see, the currency on this channel is real. It's only like actual money. We don't have any bare pot. Well, we technically have What are they called again? Echoes? Yeah. But there's no redemptions for them, so... Yeah, you can just accumulate them, I guess. Right, redacted. I get it. My Swiss pal brought me some Cenovis yesterday. It's almost gone already. That's a lot of Cenovis. Like, I love Cenovis, and I couldn't go through a small, you know, tub in... Tub? I'm thinking of another name. A small, like, thing in like, a day. That's a jug. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, Cenovis is not really in jugs, right? It's in, like toothpaste. It's in a tube, yeah. I don't know what the technical term is for those things in English, but yeah. Okay, well, it's in a tube then. All right. You can get a jug of Cenovis. That's actually it exists. Yeah, that's true. It's like Vegemite. Yeah, kinda. Having tasted both, I think Cenovis is a lot better. Yeah, Cenovis is just... It's a little thicker, it's a little more flavorful. I don't know, I think it's just strictly better. Vegemite is too sweet to my taste. Too sweet and too... it's a little too bland somehow. I don't know. Like, when I was in Australia, I would put a shit ton of Vegemite on my... like toast, and like people would literally look at me like, are you like, how much are you putting on there? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, and just not tasting anything, because Cenovis is so much stronger. Yeah. I was used to, you know, a much stronger taste. I'm sorry, I'm very confused about what that is. I'm like, you can see that, right? That's on my monitor, so it has to show on stream, and that's not like an artifact thing. It's actually a real life thing that my camera is capturing. What the fuck? Like, I do not understand what it is. I'm turning and I'm not seeing it. It was there yesterday as well? Okay, this is strange. Talk to it. Hello? Are you in the room with me right now? Oh, I shouldn't say that. That's scary. Oh. Yeah, my monitor still has the little thing, but I played all night yesterday. I played WoW, played some StarCraft 2, played some Magic the Gathering, and I just... It's very visible on this particular screen somehow. Like, enough for me to notice it yesterday, but if I'm playing something else, I'm not noticing it. So it's fine. I can wait a few days before I, you know, find a solution to replace it or send it for warranty, or I don't know. I don't know what it is though. I made like I researched the issue on the internet. I barely couldn't find. I was able to find like one person mentioning they had the same issue with their laptop monitor, and nobody had a real answer as to what it was. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, I installed StarCraft 2. I did the first mission of the campaign. I'm pretty excited about the idea of doing the campaign again. I don't know, there's something fun about that StarCraft 2 campaign. The Wings of Liberty one, at least. I haven't played the other two, although I have them, apparently. I love like the little point-and-click sort of adventure thing between missions. It reminds me of Full Throttle for some reason. I don't know, it's the music probably, and the sort of bar vibe. I don't know. Western bar, you know. And I also played maybe a dead pixel on camera. No, because it wouldn't be hidden. Okay, that means it is probably a reflection, right? Because I'm like stopping the light from hitting it. I am so confused. And yeah, and then I played like one game versus AI, just to sort of see if I could still play Zerg. It's weird. There's a few things that my muscle memory had kept in mind, but I'm also like, I'm very rusty, definitely very rusty. But I think we're supposed to play with Nasrallah later today, so that should be fun. Also, my keyboard does not have F keys. I have to press another modifier key, just right control, to activate the Fs. So I have to play without the Fs because it's not practical to just go there, right? I wish I could use like one of my mouse buttons, like mouse 4 for instance, as a modifier. Actually, I'm pretty sure I could, but I need to change that in my mouse settings, not in the game settings, because the game doesn't allow you to bind like a mouse button as a modifier. But I'm pretty sure on my Razer thing, I can probably use that key as a function key. Ooh. No, actually, I'm not sure because it is not actually a function key. Like it's the function key thing is proper. Like it's a keyboard thing specific to that keyboard. I don't think it's something that's. Say what? StarCraft 2. Also, oh Naz, I don't know if you looked at the news. There's some big news about Vince. And potentially Brock, according to some theories. It's pretty wild. Yeah, I'll have to see. Maybe because if I could use like mouse 4 as a modifier for F keys, that'd be awesome. Then I can just use that for locations, you know. Save locations on the map and then... Ooh, that would be sweet. I need to look into it. Yeah, okay, I'm very... It's very weird. I'm very weirded out by that thing. I don't know what it is. Okay, let me... I'm gonna investigate. I'll be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience. So strange. Those are the missing pixels from my monitor. Wow. Yeah, I don't know, the monitor things, it's a little annoying, but only if I focus on it. Like, if I don't think about it, I'm not seeing it. How do we know you aren't the dot taking Daniel's form? I don't know, you should ask me a question that only I can answer, I guess. That's usually what they do in movies, right? It's a pity. Goatsbane, Brewer, Dax, how's everyone today? Are video games good? They can be alright. Sometimes. Yeah. I played a little more WoW Classic Lich King yesterday. I've already started down the path of installing add-ons. As soon as I started interacting with the auction house, I was like, okay, I'm installing Auctionator. I installed Auctionator. That's the only one for now, but it's you know, it's already a dark path, so. Do you have a tattoo on your right buttock? No, I don't. I don't have any tattoos, as a matter of fact, Pizza. Yeah, nice, probably. If the person he's interacting with is Brog, though, wow, that's a... I got this. What does your upper lip look like? I don't know. It's an upper lip. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, it is what it is. You can, like, there's literally videos of me on this stream last year when you can see it by yourself. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is already out and I don't know why. Wait, is it supposed to come out later? But to do a little art today, that's always nice. Beautiful. Yeah, I love it. Y'all talking, well, we're talking about a lot of stuff right now, Pizza. Yeah. Release date says 26. Are you... Where are you in the world? I mean, it's 26 Japan time, yeah, maybe that's the... Tekken 8 is out in 4 hours. Oh, man. I should not have read that. There's a part of me right now that's like, should I play Tekken again? Get in, like, you know, get in early in Tekken 8? Dust off the old fight stick. Too many games. I shouldn't. It's only gonna make me mad. What's up, Quasi? Excited about Tekken 8, but I have plans tonight. Also finally caved and ordered fighting game controller. Take a while to get here, and I want it now. Beautiful. What kind of fight stick did you get? My fight stick is currently holding up my streaming light, yes. Because the arm of my streaming light is broken. So the light... I have a rectangular sort of light thing, and it's just resting on the fight stick. Okay, Quasi, I've never, I haven't heard of him, but it's a hitbox. Oh, that's cool. It's a Brian Aston. What are my detailed thoughts on David Cage? Oh. My thoughts on David Cage are very simple. He's just a hack. He couldn't write it. He couldn't write his way out of a Christmas gift. I don't know. I didn't really have an expression to use there, but did you see the video of Brian Cox retelling the story of Tekken thus far? There's a story? Hold on. No, I have not seen the video. I've never really been interested in the story of Tekken, even at the time when I was playing them. I don't know. People go with out of a wet paper bag. Okay, that's the expression, Cassie. I'll try to remember that. I have to accept I will never have as good a stash as you or Tom Selleck. Well, I mean, it can take time. Mine took almost 6 months to get really good, I think. You can watch my like my Outer Wilds VODs and see how terrible it looked at the time. Like I'm looking back and I'm like, oh, how did I ever thought that was a good idea? How did I ever think at the time that I should keep going? Because it looked terrible. So, but I kept going and now it looks pretty okay. So. So there's this family called the Mishima family, right? Yeah, and apparently they all have a very strong what's the I was gonna talk like say complex something. They have a complex, right? I don't think it's Oedipus complex is when you want to bang your mom, right? What's the other one? I don't know. They have a strong, very, very strong daddy issues. Oh, Oedipus is kill your dad. So yeah, okay, it fits sort of. Look, his collage. I remember seeing that, but I never actually clicked. You can see the young stash here. Oh, that was even before I was growing a stash. I think. If you want to see the young stash, you need to click on like Outer Wilds is early stash, but already like being grown, right? Almost impossible to get a fire going near the ocean.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
Yeah, always a pleasure to see you, Gary.
I mean, officers.
But yeah, man, just thinking about Tekken 8 now, I'm like, oh. Why am I like this? I'm like, nah, I'm never gonna play Tekken 8. I'm not interested in getting into the whole thing again and blah, blah, blah. And then, now that the game's about to come out, I'm like, I could play Tekken 8. Brian Cox is 4-star. I mean, I've never... I don't even know who Brian Cox is, so... Personally, he didn't force my hand. I've been watching a lot of Maximilian Dude go through the series recently. And just the thought of the game coming out and... But it's a false sense of getting in early, right? Because obviously when you're getting into a game like Tekken, you're playing against people who have a decade of experience. And while I started playing Tekken extremely early in the process, I also stopped very early in the process. I stopped playing Tekken before some people playing Tekken now at the highest level were born, right? That's how long ago I've stopped really playing Tekken. And I played a bit of 7, right? And I got pretty far on fundamentals alone, but I don't know if I want to do the whole thing again. I already have Magic the Gathering as a sort of competitive thing going right now, so that's fine. It's much more fitting to my aging mechanical skills, I think. Play Mortal Kombat 1? Nah, I'm not 14 anymore. Mortal Kombat doesn't appeal to me at this point in my life. I haven't played a single Mortal Kombat game since the mid-90s, I don't think. Yeah, Pitsy, I also studied that book when I was in high school, but It's a scam, less content than 11 at launch. Well, that doesn't necessarily... I don't think that qualifies as being a scam, but it is a game with less content. That is accurate. Started playing Season 3 of Diablo 4. Didn't get very far yet, but not too bad so far. They added a single stash tab. Tekken 6 was peak content character-wise. Are we talking quality, quantity, mix of both? I don't know. Yeah, I think Tekken Tag 2 was, like, quantity-wise, Tekken Tag 2 was definitely... like, quality-wise, I don't know. See, I don't know, maybe it's, my old age talking, but I think Tekken 3 was peak Tekken. The game was just not too complex. It was just, you know, and the quality of the characters was just very good. There was just not that many of them. I'll play Diablo 4 in hopefully 2 years when the Fear of Path of Exile 2 gets them to work. Yeah, Dax, you're just not going to do anything until then. Yeah. You should probably stop working, actually, and tell your boss that you're waiting for Path of Exile 2 to come out until you actually work, you know. At this point, I think, despite the evident overlap, I don't think the two games actually go for the same core audience anymore. Despite being in the same genre and obviously having some overlap, right? I don't think they target the same sort of population. You think so, Garrus? I don't know. Dax, any input? I think the stuff we're seeing right now in Diablo 4 has been worked on for so long that I doubt it really has any, like, the stuff we see really being released now has been worked on like 6 months ago, right? So I think there's too much delay there for there to be a direct, I don't know, typical gamer myth making. That's a Mopo. Some of the dudes were tryhards that brought their own controllers to a minor anime con. I mean, I think that's pretty standard, bringing your own controller to a tournament. Minor, major. Such a low rent tournament. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's just a, I don't know. I personally would bring my own controller to a friendly game at a friend's with pizzas, right? It's just, I don't know. It's not even a matter of winning or losing. It's just, you know, I just like playing on my own controller. I don't want to put my hands on a controller that's been who knows where and just feel bad playing it. Getting into Pal World again? Ooh. I don't know. I'm watching a couple streamers playing it and it's fine, but I don't think it's something I would like to play. Excited for Path of Exile 2. My favorite thing they've said is that players will need to earn their damage. I wonder what that means. For being lazy now that Path of Exile 2 is coming out. Yeah, Dax, come on. We've decided the other day, Dax, I don't think you were there, but we've decided the other day that we were just gonna blame you for anything Blizzard does these days. I know you're not responsible for most of it, but it just, you know, someone has to take the brunt of our discontent, right? So we've decided it was gonna be you, because you're the only one who can. Congrats. So yeah, I would like to blame you for the fact that StarCraft 2, after all this time, if you drag, if you mouse drag the screen, your cursor doesn't move. It stays where it is on the screen, which I understand is intended behavior. I think there should be an option for the cursor to move while you're dragging, so that it feels more natural. I'm blaming you for that one, Dax. Just so you know. Yeah, Dax is part of the Diablo 4 team. Which is why we find it pretty funny when people claim that, you know, the Diablo 4 team is doing stuff based on imaginary links in the industry. When we have Dax here already working on like a season that's going to release like, I don't know how many months from now. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with Path of Exile 2. I don't think I ever got into the first one as much as I was expecting to, because it feels like I should have really enjoyed Path of Exile, and I never really did. I was the target audience. I was that guy who was missing, you know, the first couple of Diablos, like Diablo 1, maybe Diablo 2. And I was not getting it with Diablo 3, right? And so Path of Exile I was the target audience for this game, and they've lost me. They've actually lost me along the way. It became too much of a chore. It became, I don't like the economy based on those like components. I think the grid sort of upgrading system is over. What word am I looking for? It's just, there's too much stuff that doesn't really matter, if that makes sense. I don't know. Just pick a fun build from guides. Well, see, I feel two ways about that. Is that when I first play the game, I want to sort of figure it out myself, and then later on, if I'm doing endgame content, yeah, I'll look at a guide and optimize and, you know, trust the people who've already done the math that I don't feel like doing myself. But when I'm doing the progression, I like coming up with stuff myself and like building my character, right? And when I play Path of Exile, it feels like 90% of those upgrades and whatever are just useless. It's just, oh yeah, let me put a point here because it gives me like 2 fucking strength or something. Like it's just, to me, it's a lot of nonsense. And you could basically boil down the whole grid system and whatever to a few well-selected nodes that actually mean something. But then what you get basically the Diablo system. More or less. I'm simplifying. I'm grossly simplifying, right? But stats are actually important to wear gear. Yeah, but why do they have to be on that weird grid system? In Diablo, stats were important as well. You just upgraded them when you leveled up. It felt like an RPG, you know? It's just... yeah, now I get 1% plus 1% of something. Yeah, I don't know. It's too granular. Path of Exile, I think that's the word that I'm looking for. It's way too granular. And it makes me feel like none of it really matters. And if you play it by following a guide, then I don't know. It's still like a lot of the clicks you're doing on that guide while you're doing your build mean nothing. It's just, it feels like a chore. And then you have this whole economy with like components and all of that. It's just ugh. And I mean, again, yes, like I said, I haven't played the game since probably 2014 or 15, so I'm sure the game's very different than what I played back then. But the game already had changed over the period of time that I played it. At the very beginning when I started playing it, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool, right? This feels like a nice successor to Diablo 2 or something. Which, again, already not my favorite Diablo, right? I'm very much a Diablo 1 fan. Not so much anything after that, but... Anyway, that's not the point. I was getting the Diablo 2 vibe that I was looking for. And then for the, like, year and a half period of time that I came back to the game a few times, I felt that evolution moving more and more into, like, needless complexity, is what I would call it. There was a bit of a complexity creep that just didn't mean much. It didn't add any interesting interactions in the game, right? It was just a lot of... Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think it's necessarily purely a bad thing. I'm sure it adds a lot of different viable builds, and I'm sure like people who like doing the whole figuring out the math and all that are probably having a lot of fun with it, but I don't know, from like a simple player's perspective, I feel like it just... You end up, like, everyone says the same thing. Oh, I'm just picking a guide and I'm following it. You don't have to get into the complexity or the hardcore stuff. But then, what? Here's the thing. If you just follow a guide, what's the point of all of that being in there for you as a player, right? Is what I mean. I get that it's good for the people who like figuring those things out, but for you as a player, if you can just follow, like, if you just follow a guide, what's the point? Like, what am I getting out of this if I'm just following a guide and 90% of the little nodes that I'm activating do literally nothing from like an individual like observation perspective? But I don't know. I'm gonna compare this. I know completely different styles of games, right? But if we're talking about complexity creep, we can't not mention Magic the Gathering, right? Which is a quintessential example of complexity creep. And I think it's a big issue in that game as well. However, the complexity creep in Magic the Gathering has a direct impact on every little game you play. Every single game you play, almost. It's gonna have a direct impact. Those things are gonna happen on the board. Those triggers are gonna trigger. Those cards are gonna do things. You're gonna have to know what they do and take that into account. It sort of becomes part of the experience. It changes my experience as a player. I can't ignore it, right? Which makes it a very inaccessible game for a lot of people. I get that. But at least there's a point to the complexity. It's sort of... like if I'm playing Magic the Gathering, I know I'm getting into it for the complexity of it. And it's still, I feel, manageable to a certain level, right? Because every game is a small subset of that complexity, if that makes sense, based on the decks and all that. I feel like Path of Exile, either you have to go really hard into the complexity of it and you have to take everything into account, all those nodes, all those things, or you just follow a guide and you take none of it into account. And so there's no, like... it feels like there's no middle ground where you take some of it into account, but not, you know, it's... I don't know, it's a weird spot for me. I like to use guides and other builds as inspiration, but I don't follow them by the letter. Put effort into understanding the choice and making my own. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe, you know. Obviously, I haven't played Path of Exile in a while, but... Hey, Brandon. Thanks for the raid, man. Are you getting into Tekken 8 soon? What's happening? Yes, sir. Nice. Are you going back live like in 5 hours? Oh yeah, streaming in 4 hours. Nice. I'm gonna have to lurk a little while I'm doing my my games tonight. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, redacted. Kimmy, what's up? But that's the thing, though. I think I'm not averse to a little spreadsheeting, right? I've been known to do a little spreadsheeting here and there, depending on the games, but... Just feels like Path of Exile always went a little too far for me. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to when it comes out. We'll see. I'm also hoping 2 feels a lot less janky because, you know, regardless, again, maybe it improved over the years, but back when I played Path of Exile, it definitely felt like a jankier version of Diablo, right? Gameplay wasn't smooth. The graphics were honestly pretty bad in my opinion, but not that it really matters, but you know, it just felt like a jankier experience. It showed its lower budget, so to speak, in various ways. Also, there was something that's a completely personal thing, but there was something about the camera angle in Path of Exile that I could never get over. It looked weird. I don't know what it is. There's something about that camera position in Path of Exile that always just threw me off. And I was like, ooh, this doesn't feel right. Yeah, Sal? Yeah, I don't know. I'll look into whenever it comes out, but yeah, to go back to the initial point that was being made. At this point, I feel like, you know, Diablo as a series and Path of Exile are definitely not targeting the exact same audience. I feel like they're geared towards different subset of ARPG players. I think Diablo is pretty big, and just like most Blizzard games in general, are pretty big into accessibility, right? It needs to be accessible, it needs to be simple to understand and to play. There's definitely some complexity there. I think there's plenty of complexity in you know, even in a game like WoW or obviously StarCraft, stuff like that, but it needs to be accessible. You need to be able to pick it up and just play and go through the whole thing and be satisfied without getting into the minutia of the, you know, the mechanics and the complexity of the game in itself. And then there's that layer if you want it. It's obviously never going to be as complex as something like Path of Exile or you know, different games that are just like WoW is never going to be as complex as EVE Online or something. I don't know. But I think the typical players for those 2 games, while there's a big overlap, of course, I don't think like the core audience is necessarily the same. What's up, Timmy? Yeah, Rico? No, I truly enjoyed my time with the game. The leveling experience was awesome. I was very happy with the story and the overall just feel of it. Definitely got my mind, you know, feeling back to those old school Diablo vibes. So that was good. I didn't enjoy the end game that much, but I quickly grew tired of it. I will phrase it that way. But I mean, I put 250 hours into it in like, what, a month or something? So. I don't know. It was a far superior game than Diablo 3, I can say that much. So. Like Diablo 3 when it came out and for a long time was definitely not a game that I was that I had an interest in. And even the like very late Diablo 3 endgame never just clicked to me. It was just too, I don't know. The nostalgia got me. Yeah, I mean, as someone who, you know, still considered Diablo 1 to be the better one, I was very pleased with 4's atmosphere and story and all that. Yeah, Timmy? For me, Diablo 3 on release was still to this day one of the biggest disappointment I've ever had in a video game, I think. That's a bazaar. S3, you get a little robot thing that follows you around. You can configure it to do certain moves and behave a certain way. I'm sorry, what? Are you talking Diablo 4? $10? Can it pick up gold for you? Season of the Construct? I don't know. Funny. What's up, Sokoman? The way they made G4 look so pretty from a top-down view is so cool. Wait, is top-down typically not great? I don't know. Maybe I played too many games with the top-down view. I always thought it was a pretty good, I don't know. The best-looking games back in the day were top-down, you know, like Baldur's Gate, Fallout, stuff like that. It looked better than janky 3D at the time, you know. I don't know, maybe I have a different perspective growing up on those, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I feel like I haven't. Sometimes I feel like I played a different game when I'm having conversations on Twitch about Diablo 4. Like in other channels, I hear a lot of people being very negative about the game, and I'm like, I don't feel that way at all. I thought the leveling portion of the game was great. I thought the exploration was very fun. I thought, you know. Like, obviously, the end game was not that expensive when it first came out, right? But every Diablo game when it came out, the end game was not that great. And I don't know. It seems to me, I don't know if it's like a WoW thing or like a general like online gamer thing. People want to like rush to the end game because they think that's where the content is, because they're used to playing like WoW 15 years into its lifespan, or Diablo 3 5 years, 7 years, 9 years, 10 years into its lifespan, and they're like, oh, when I played that game, the end game was where it was at, so I want to make sure I get to the end game because I want to get the really strong items, and and so everyone rushes through the leveling and all that, and then obviously they find themselves in the end game in a game that just came out, and there's not that much to do, and then they're like, oh well, that game is trash. It's like, what? You literally created that situation for yourself. If you're gonna approach it this way, either research it beforehand or have the awareness to know that a game that just came out is not gonna have a lot of endgame. That's, But to me, as someone who likes taking it, a little slower, maybe, and I like doing the leveling and doing the whole process, and it took me, I don't know, 100 and something hours to do the leveling portion. I thought it was great. I had a lot of fun doing all those quests, and talking to all the characters and seeing all the little pieces of narrative that interlocked together in every zone, and I don't know, I thought that was really cool. I had the best time I've had with a narrative in a ARPG since probably Diablo 2, yeah. Maybe ever, actually. Diablo 2's story was not that, in depth at the time, right? Different time, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. Had a really good time with it, but was very happy. So Diablo 1 has the best storyline. Well, I think Diablo 1 has a good narrative for its time, right? The way it's delivered is very ancient, but as someone who likes that kind of old school dungeon crawlers, yes, I thought it was good too. But I think it's very different. It's not the same type of narrative as the modern games are trying to do, right? Doesn't feel like I got an upgrade, just felt the same again somehow. Yeah, I know what you mean, Saladino. I think that's just... Yeah, unfortunately, I think modern ARPGs tend to have that aspect to them. Frankly, I think I felt the same about Diablo 2 already at the time, though. Diablo 1's the only one where itemization actually gets me, like, oh shit, you found an item, it feels very, unique and special. But I did think, though, that Diablo 4 was a big improvement in itemization over 3, though. Like, 3, at least at the beginning, was very, very... just awful itemization. And even when I got back, like, late into the cycle of it, maybe 2019 or 2020, I played Diablo 3 for a while. I did a couple of hardcore characters to max level and all with a friend. I didn't think itemization was better at that point, but it was mostly just getting set item. Like you wanted the sets and that's it. And then a couple of legendary to complete, but I think in that regard Diablo 4 was a little better. At least during the whole leveling and the beginning of endgame. I don't know how it feels now, but I don't think I was a fan of I don't even remember what it's called. Like the legendary affixes or whatever that you can extract and then apply to another item. I'm not a fan of that. I think it sort of makes item hunting a little less interesting. Because you can basically handcraft the items the way you want, so it's sort of like, I don't know. I like a more old school approach when it comes to itemization. You want to get that item, and you're excited to get that specific item, which I know is not what most players want these days. You want that fluidity, that flexibility, that sort of every session needs to be satisfying in its own way. I get that that's the goal right now because of, well, you want players to return every day, and you want to get that constant player base, and those numbers are very important these days. But I did like the more old school approach of spending a week maybe farming to try and get an item, and you just don't get it, You're looking for that one specific piece or something. But that's, I understand that I'm not in the majority there. I haven't tried Last Epoch. It doesn't look like something I'd be interested in. But yeah, anyway. Moral of the story is hopefully they hurry up on Path of Exile 2 so that Diablo 4 can finally start becoming better. Because apparently that's how it works. That's what I learned today. Thank you, chat. I'm sure I'll play Diablo 4 again at some point. It's one of those things where every few years I get the urge of playing a Diablo game. And I'm sure at that point Diablo 4 will be there waiting for me. Or maybe I'll play Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's still there as well. Who knows? Yeah. Too many games. Days. And Final Fantasy VII is releasing next month, and I haven't even started replaying the first part. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And now we're playing StarCraft 2 again with Nasrallah, apparently. Which means I'm probably, like, if I take to it and I get into it, I'm gonna be, like, watching build order videos and all that. Ugh. Hopefully we play with Nasrallah later today, after his stream, and we're like, you know what? That was a mistake. Let's just never play again. And then, that will solve the problem. I still need to play a bunch of Magic the Gathering, obviously. And then there's the WoW leveling project. I don't know how much... I don't know if this one has a lot of legs to it, but we'll see. Anyway, how about we test Gary's composure? See what happens there, huh? We have a video game to play in front of us right now. Might as well do it. Alright, we need to hit a 4 or better. Why is he shifting around like that? Analyze Gary's composure. My suspicion is that he has a piece of armor under his clothes. But...
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Of course. It's the armor. I figured it out. How smart am I? It was very obvious. All right, we nailed an 11. That's beautiful. His massive musculature. No, something is worn underneath it.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was...
He unbuttons the shirt. Yeah, sure. Sure, Gary.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
Hey, I mean, at least he's honest there. See gleaming... Oh. You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Yeah.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
The lieutenant's tone is icy. Give me that armor now. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash? Why did you lie to me, Gary? Do you know who killed the hanged man? Give me that armor now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view.
Hell yeah.
Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Oh, we're doing great. Collecting that armor is going very well. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
Yeah, a lapse of honor is an interesting way of phrasing it.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
He shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like his motives for sort of apologizing are weird. They're very, what's the word I'm looking for? Utilitarian. Oh yeah, the Seolites, you know, aligned with the people I'm supporting. So I'm, you know, therefore I appreciate them as well. It doesn't come from a place of actual acceptance, right? Why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
Morel, let us... We're conducting business, Morel. Please.
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Do you know who killed the Hanged Man?
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
This is all he knows.
Are we done here, Gary? Conclude.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Okay, well, thanks for your cooperation. I mean, there's nothing else to say. This is it. Why is the scrolling so busted on this fucking menu? I hate it. I'm gonna... Oh my god. Anyway. Alright, so we have a new piece of armor. Pain threshold +1, volition +1. Thicker skin. Sorry, borrowed confidence. -1 empathy. Mania of invulnerability. Alright. Yeah, Brendan, today's been fine. I'm just, you know, yesterday was, I think, a lot of just stuff sort of happening at once, and you know, the car situation was a bit, yeah. Today is definitely, so far, a bit more of a normal day, so. The vitreous enamel cuirass fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. Amazingly, it fits under your coat. It also makes pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. Wait, so that's a shirt technically? Oh yeah, it is technically a shirt. Okay, hold on. So let's put the jacket here, I guess. Oh man, look at this. Kinda cool. Almost looks like an XCOM armor. Somehow. I don't know, it looks strange. Vitreous? Isn't that what I said? Vitreous. Okay, +1 physical instrument, +1 shivers, -2 authority, or 1 pain threshold, 1 volition, -1 empathy. I think I'm gonna stick with my my shirt here. I do I do enjoy the armor though in general. I pronounced it differently? Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Alright, podcast mode. Enjoy, Brendan. Have a good one. Good luck with Tekken later. I'll be hanging out, most likely. Okay, I have 4 points. I can definitely spend a couple on those stats. I think I'm gonna go 1 point of rhetoric and 1 point of suggestion. hold on. I think suggestion, we have the what's her name? Lilian. White check. Maybe I should not upgrade suggestion right away if I'm gonna do that. I mean, I'm sure the optimal way of playing is never upgrade anything unless you have a check to unlock, but I don't necessarily want to play optimally like that. Sometimes I just want to add a point to have it, right? Also, I mean, if you're... Some of the passive checks make having already, like, your stats leveled up pretty interesting, as opposed to keeping it. Like general random checks, right, that happen here and there. I get out of bed now? Okay, Kimmy. Thanks for the information. We're very happy to be informed. Keep us up to date with your bowel movement and your breakfast and, you know. Overshare as much as you want. It can only go downhill after getting out of bed. Yeah, that's usually... Okay, sure thing. Thanks. I'll overshare. Have you seen it? I don't know what made me think of that, but have you seen that that chart that some people have in their toilet with like the different types of poops, all numbered, you know? I had a friend who had that chart in their bathroom, and there was like a pen attached on a string next to it, and there was like boxes where you could, you know, you could like tick it off which ones you got. Everyone was invited to add their, you know, their little tick in the boxes next to the ones you got. Sort of a census, a poop census. It was beautiful. What's up, Emmy? Raid? Did you raid with someone earlier, or... Because I thought you were streaming. That's why I'm confused. She's live right now? What? Anyway. Where did your friend get this chart? I'm pretty sure it was just printed off of the internet. And the like the little boxes next to it and just something he made himself. A Bristol stool scale. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. Love it. Beautiful. Does a one-person raid count as a raid? Technically, yes, I guess. Some people do get, like, when people raid, I'm sure. Should I describe my every step in making a bagel sandwich for breakfast? I'm gonna go with do whatever you feel is best. Ah, $10, yeah. Yeah, why would you pay attention to your own stream, right? It's not like it's your job or anything. Actually, no, that makes sense. When I'm, you know, when most people are doing their job, they're paying attention to streams, streams, right? It just so happens that Emmy's paying attention to other streams while she's doing her own stream, which is her job. So no, it makes sense, right? Yeah. Oh, it actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it this way. I made tea with a kettle. Is that an overshare? Oh, that's fine. Apparently, Kimmy was the other day was going around to her friends, asking them what they thought about microwave water, which I thought was hilarious. I just like the idea of that. This whole thing that just started on Nasrallah's channel and just like sort of expanded from there is actually literally having an impact on people's real lives. I think that's hilarious as a thought, but you're eating an orange? Nice. My tummy hurts right now. I don't know, since we're oversharing, that's what it is. We're changing the world on my stream? Yeah, you are. People in New Zealand were confused about microwave water. Well, that's what happens when you live on a remote island in the middle of the ocean with very little contact to the outside world. That's what New Zealand is, right? You guys are the people on that picture that are threatening that plane that was flying over. That's New Zealand, right? I'm not mistaken there. Yes. Okay. Thank you. $10. Yeah, Kimmy's basically the only person with the internet over there. Another DC trip, Brendan? What the hell? First had to teach them what a microwave was. Yeah. Had to go to the emergency dentist today. Oh, that's great. We love an emergency dentist visit. Biden's a needy guy? Yeah, I mean, especially with the election season coming up, right? Probably a lot of work there. Right, Brendan? I showed them EDM and they lost their goddamn mind. Yeah. Show them grunge next, right? You'll probably like... There's probably like a 40 years delay or something. Like, show them grunge next. See how they feel about that. Don't tell them Kurt is dead, though. Just make them listen to Nirvana. Don't tell them... Like, they don't need to know that, right? What's grunge? I'm still in 80s pop. Yeah, it's... Don't worry about it. It's basically pop, except with a distortion on the guitars. And singers who can't actually sing. That is what grunge is. You wish I was kidding, but think about it. Shots fired? Really? I mean... Do I want more rhetoric? Creative psychedelic fanciers critics. I'm tempted to add a point to Inland Empire. Yeah, why not? I can't remember the last time I listened to grunge. Good! Keep it that way. Alright, so we're done with those two guys for now. I need to check the traps things. Hold on. Inspect the traps. Northeast. Check the trap Morel just set up. Oh, wait. Hold on. What? I can't seem to do that right now.
We'll be on our way soon. Thank you again for lending a hand.
Or maybe I need to wait until they're gone. I don't know. New metal is my favorite guilty pleasure genre. Alright. That's fair. Hey, listen. I listened to my fair share of new metal back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I didn't know better. Actually, I should have known better. I had much better taste in music in the mid-90s than I had in the late 90s. I got caught up in the hype, I think. I mean, although, looking back, I don't think I was never that big of a fan. Stuff like Korn or, you know, even Linkin Park. I was never that big of a fan. It was just something that happened to, you know, my friends were listening to in high school, and I was just listening to it whenever we were together and stuff. But I was still late 90s. I was still very much into the Smashing Pumpkins and Radiohead and stuff like that. I was one of those nerds. I remember the late 90s, one of the newer bands that I was really into was Muse. I was really into Muse for a while. Like, the first two albums were insane. Then I slowly drifted away from... I don't like the progression they've had too much. It became a little bit too conceptual for me, I think. And I was not interested enough in the concept itself. But yeah, very early Muse was just mind-blowing at the time. Yeah, Naz? Yeah, I don't know. I remember really being into, you know, like the Smashing Pumpkins from the mid-90s. My cousin, one of my cousins, I have my Swiss German cousins who are, you know, one of them is working in gaming, you know, that's the whole PS5 story you guys have heard before. The other one's really into board games and all that. But my cousins on the other side, there were 4 of them. The older sister, I wasn't, you know, she wouldn't interact with us very much. She was quite a bit older. And then there was like the younger sister, the youngest sister. You know, we would, she was funny. We would kind of bully her with my my cousin who was about the same age as I was. You know, like friendly brother sister bullying, right? Nothing really bad or anything. You know, the little rivalries and all that. So, and then there was the slightly older sister. She was maybe like 3-4 years older. Well. Yeah, maybe 2-3 years older than I was. She was in high school when we were in middle school, basically. And she was listening to the Smashing Pumpkins a lot at the time. And thanks to her, I discovered the Smashing Pumpkins when I was in middle school. And, I don't know, it really colored my appreciation for music at the time and kept doing it. That sort of contrast between quiet parts and very loud parts and that whole like dynamic thing that the Smashing Pumpkins had, that was not something that every popular band had at the time, right? They were very heavy on the sort of almost like shoegazy aspect of the whole thing, and I think that's sort of what got me into stuff like post-rock, post-metal, you know, that whole like contrast between dynamics and all that. Like I think it all comes down from me liking the Smashing Pumpkins that much. A lot of their tracks almost felt post-rock-ish before post-rock was really a thing, right? So, obviously, I think like the early post-rock bands like Slint, stuff like that, I think influenced Billy Corgan quite a bit. Maybe that's where it comes from. Obviously, the more shoegazy stuff like My Bloody Valentine and all that obviously played a role in there, but I like Russian Circles and I like Limp Bizkit. Well, at least half of what you enjoy is pretty good, so. Wasn't that a thing the Pixies popularized? What, shoegaze? I don't know if I would qualify Pixies as shoegaze, if that's what you mean. Grunge, sure, sort of. Pixies were early grunge stuff, right? Before Nirvana basically sort of changed what grunge meant to a lot of people. But yeah, I mean, grunge was a very big thing before Nirvana made their imprint on the genre, I guess. Oh, quiet and then low, the quiet and loud stuff. Yeah, I mean, the Pixies had some of that for sure. I mean, it wasn't not that rare of a thing, right? Even bands like Pink Floyd or even Metallica in some ways did some of that, but yeah, Sorrow, nice. Yeah, my first Muse concert was in Frisson in Fribourg, with like I don't know 500 people in there. I think only their first album was out at the time. I think it was just before Origin of Symmetry released. Yeah, Muse was very interesting at the time. They had a very unique take on like the pop sort of alternative rock genre. It was cool. Did you know Gary was hiding the armor, Morel?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
He's got his quirks. Yeah, like being a raging racist. Yeah, sure. Just a little quirky, you know?
Thanks.
The man mutters in the distance. He doesn't dare say more.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
Alright, I'll get going. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to come back later for the traps, right? Let's see. What's up, Dom? Right. 4 of them to check. I'll do that at some point. But I think those 2 probably. Okay, so this area down there we're clear. I think this area needs to be approached now. And then the northeast part with the church. Just a quirked up white boy, yeah. Yeah, just a little quirky, you know, nothing bad. Come on. Silly little white guy, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you said silly little guy. I added white, but... There we go. What do I want to do first? Talk to them or check the thing? Let's talk.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles. Brent Heidelstam. His son, Mikhail. Okay.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Trent Heidelstam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
How does he know Kim's name? Trent Heidelstam. Hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
The lieutenant nods. Hold on, hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Sure. As if it's self-evident. Yeah. Sure. Absolutely, sir. I totally understand what you mean. Jan Karp. Big fan of Jan Karp. Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Huh. That's nice. Whoever came up with that little piece of story there probably had to deal with a lot of monitor glare and was like, oh my god, who puts windows on the south side of a building that's supposed to be for offices? It was like, in my world, there's going to be no windows in the south. You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course.
Of course.
Mikhail, say
Wait.
hi to the officers.
Hold on. What does that mean, I've heard of Kim, of course? Does he have a reputation that we're not aware of? I mean, obviously we don't remember anything, so... Is Kim a superstar cop or something? That... I'm intrigued. He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
He wanted to play his Grad-made adventure program. We've been really getting really into Worms lately. Pinball legend, yeah. I mean, it is, you know, he had a run at as a famous pinball player for his investigation. I don't know how much that would. Not sure. There's French on the... Just notice the French. Sous la promenade. La plage. I'm thinking this is supposed to say merde, but it says merdre, which is very strange. That's not a word. This says démolir. Démolir, which means demolish. I don't know what that says. And that's a penis, right there. In case you're wondering.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Oh, another half-brother thing with Esprit de Corps, right? Was he in the police at some point? Was he...
Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Cybernetician. Victor Orbis. You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money? Do we want to show our money to someone else again? Is that what's gonna happen? I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
He pats his son's head.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
He looks very friendly. Maybe too friendly.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
Pre-watched!
He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
What do you mean, not a lot of people know? It's literally written on the fucking thing. I could have figured it out without you. Once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Look at the building looming over you. Wait, what's an R&D department? Why are we confused about that? I'm surprised Encyclopedia is confused, but yeah. Look at the building looming over you first.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Okay. What's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
He smiles brightly, love lines around his eyes. Why is it... I feel like that says something about the world. The fact that R&D is not a term that people are familiar with.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Okay.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
Well, get your shit together, Encyclopedia, please. I don't think I've ever... I mean, what it means is that Harry himself is not familiar with that, but that seems strange. I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket. Yeah, I mean, we can see like on those tape UI elements, right? It's Feld is written on it. Feld playback here. Pretty sure there's another on the title screen. There's a Feld thing.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
Okay.
Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bringing them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN, and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. So basically a sort of... We're talking about like a sort of Disco Elysium version of a laptop, right? Like, we've seen the sort of computer that was in the Doom commercial area, right? That had the cube thing. It seems like magnetic storage is very important in that world. Well, I mean, just like ours, right? Well, maybe not so much anymore. I'm not sure. I know, like, hard drives were magnetic. Or hard drives are magnetic, right? Or am I completely mistaken? Spindle HDDs are magnetic. SSDs aren't, though, right? NAND? All electrical charge. Eventually they can discharge and you lose data. That type of flash memory, yeah. NAND is a type of flash memory, yeah. Right. It's interesting, like, it's quite fascinating how magnetic storage became sort of the norm, right, for a while, with tapes, and then hard drives. I wonder why, specifically, that was, like, the most convenient way of storing stuff. I'm sure there's some interesting history there. I'm quite interested in looking into. Cost to mass produce, ease of use. Yeah. I mean, obviously, when you're coming from, like, something like... Well, speaking of music, for instance, when you're coming from something like vinyl, which is, you know, a big process to sort of, like, produce, or as far as written or content goes, you know, like printing and all that, like, it seems like magnetic storage is a lot easier and takes a lot less space, right? Something that already exists in nature that can hold information. Kind of natural to try and use it. Yeah, sure. And you can reuse something. Yeah. Good point. Density is hard to beat for the cost. Yeah, I think that all sort of started changing. Well, I mean, as far as, like, the mass storage stuff, I think, like, CDs were the sort of, like, transition away from that, right? for mass media, CDs, DVDs, replaced all the magnetic stuff. I think mini discs were still magnetic, right? Can't remember how mini disc worked. CDs question mark. I think I'm pretty sure Sokoman knows what a CD is. I'm hoping so. I missed my mini disc recorder. Oh, you were trying to do a D's nuts joke. Well, get wrecked. Thank you, $10. Yeah, Timmy. Actually had a class on this just last year. So cool learning about different types of data storage. Yeah, it's not something I really think about very often, but it's so fascinating. And now I'm like, I need to find a YouTube essay on this, on the topic of like the evolution of like mass media storage and all that, because it's so fascinating. It also makes me think that I really need one of these days to buy two things. Or at least one. I need to get a large HDD. Like multiple teras. And just copy all the stuff that I have on my many different hard drives and SSDs right now. Like I need a copy of all the stuff, because a lot of my hard drives are getting pretty old. And I think they must, you know, they probably don't have a lot of life left in them, I don't think. There's a lot of stuff that I need to at least have a copy of on a big hard drive and eventually, you know, transition to a new copy. And probably get a new SSD as well. But yeah, I think I'll get that when I get a new computer. I'll have a new SSD anyway. But yeah, getting a large HDD just for storage and copy all my stuff on it is probably a good idea. Oh yeah, Sal? That's wild. That's so much space, like storage space, Jesus. Disk arrays have had a ton of development in the last 10 years. Oh yeah, CD? Glass-based storage. This is so overwhelming to think about, like all those technologies for storage of data and the amount of storage of data that exists in the world. I mean, that's the thing, though. Here's what I'm thinking, and maybe I'm wrong on that. It sounds a bit like a conspiracy theory, but I feel like this, like, subsection of tech, right, storage space, is being driven by the fact that, like, corporations and companies need more and more storage space for all the data they have to store about everyone for advertisement purposes. So it's being driven by that need, right? They're like, oh yeah, we need 30 plus terabytes of, you know, storage data, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hard drives like that. Right? Those people need petabytes of storage space, probably. Those big corporations. For all the data on their consumer bases and all that. So I think that has to drive the market a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm being cynical. There's a lot, you know. There's obviously a lot that's done for like streaming stuff, like music and movies and all that, right? That's a big thing. Also, I'm not sure what a company like Netflix, you know, needs in terms of storage data, but I think it has to be pretty massive. Amazon, stuff like that, you know. What's up, Abydos? There was no need to collect data. Storage would still be expensive. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe I'm a bit cynical when I'm saying that this is maybe one of the main drivers, but it's definitely part of it, right? That a lot of companies need more storage now than ever. I mean, that data has to be stored somewhere. Right? Companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, which have cloud solutions for storage, can be used by multiple fields. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, data is has become sort of a currency in this day and age, it feels like, right? It's a very valuable asset, that's for sure. Company like Amazon or Google probably stores more data than there was total data to store in the world like 10 years ago. My company is a data broker. They got rid of all their on-site stuff and we just use AWS for everything. Yeah, I think that's a big thing, right? Outsource that sort of storage. With companies that are obviously specialized in doing it and therefore have probably rates that are cheaper than it would cost you to have your own in-house storage solution, right? Do we have data on like how much the entirety of the internet represents? Does that number even exist? Is it measurable? I'm sure there's estimations out there, but would be hard to do if you included China. Yeah, I'm assuming a lot of it is sort of not publicly available data, right? And I'm assuming there's also a lot of it's a bit like an iceberg, right? There's a lot of it that how do you quantify it? Probably running somewhat dark, right? But yeah, exactly, Timmy. A lot of like independent storage stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's like a research that's being made into like at least estimating how much data all of it represents, but probably massive. It's kind of crazy to think about. Jeez. Magnetic tape is still the medium with the most storage we got. Is that true? $64 zettabytes was the estimate. Or for storage and archiving. Yeah. No, for sure. I'm just very surprised that it's still the medium with the most storage. It feels like the internet has become so big, it's hard to imagine, but Oh, you mean in that sense? Okay, never mind, never mind. I misunderstood what you were trying to say. I thought you meant that most of the storage, like the largest amount of data in the world was on magnetic tape over like other storages. What you meant was that magnetic tape is the largest physical container we can come up with at this point. Right. Can always make a longer tape. Sure. The disc would spin too fast and the edges would break. That's wild. Think about. What's up, goal? But yeah, that's an interesting topic. I'm gonna have to find a YouTube video on the topic. I'm kind of interested. Something fascinating about data storage. I don't know why. And it's so strange to think that most of that stuff didn't exist a few decades ago, right? Like the entirety of the internet and all of that stored data didn't exist, wasn't a thing. And now it's this sort of gigantic thing that's there, right? That everyone can access from their computer, phone, whatever. And it's just there. Almost in the ether, right? At least, you know, back in the day when you were accessing data, you had like a physical representation of it, right? You would get a videotape, or you would get a book, or you would get, you know, it's sort of like it was physically quantifiable. Here's the data that I'm carrying around and so on. Now it's just a whole thing that's connected through a cable, or even no cable sometimes, and the entirety of the world's like data is just available from there. Wonder how long that stuff will last after we're gone. I want to know what an Amazon storage space looks like. You know, is it a gigantic warehouse with tons of servers? Like, how does it actually physically look like? Building with racks of servers, yeah. But like how much physical space are we talking about? Is it pretty minimal at this point because of you know, the efficiency of storage, or is it literally massive buildings? Have you seen the movie Hackers? A while ago, yes. Some places in the US were complaining that Amazon was buying up farmland and converting it into data centers. This is insane. Racks and racks, crazy cooling solutions, insane redundancy. You know, thinking about all that, the Matrix analogy of humans being a plague that's just taking over the planet makes sense, right? We're literally just taking over nature and just destroying all of it to turn everything into ones and zeros. Purchasing denser storage is a factor. a mine cavern just filled with server racks and security guards behind glass, and we're right on top of it. It's a boring dystopia. I wonder, are there pictures of that? I would love to see like physically how it looks like. At this point, the progress with minimizing physical space kind of halted, because how physically small you can make transistors. Yeah, there's a limit there, right? In terms of, isn't like heat also a factor? Like you can't keep making things smaller because that's too much concentrated heat because of the energy needed to just like drive the thing, yeah. Just to put it in perspective, the combined weight biomass of humans is 390 million tons. The livestock biomass is 630 million tons, dominated by cattle at 420 million tons. The biomass of wildland mammals is 20 million tons. Oh, wow. That looks like a prison. Like that model up there looks like a prison. Whole bunch of security measures. That's insane. I mean, it makes sense, right? But so many cables. What the fuck? Very well organized, though. I will say that. Can you imagine the amount of heat that gets... Yeah, sure, Sal. Yeah. I don't know. Why is this giving me an existential sort of anxiety type thing? I don't understand it. I'm feeling that existential dread thinking about all of these things, and I don't know why. I mean, it's not like it's negatively affecting my life or anything. Quite the contrary. It's just it's one of the main reasons why I can enjoy most of the things that I enjoy in this day and age. At this point in my life, right? So much of my life revolves around the fact that this is a thing that exists. But it comes with like a weird, I don't know, maybe that's the sci-fi writer in me that's just like imagining a future where like the planet's just covered in those things. And the human race has virtually disappeared as a physical, biological version of itself. And it's all just a gigantic server farm on the whole surface of the planet because all the space was required. And the only sentient entities that are existing are artificial intelligence in those systems that are just exchanging data. And then the heat gets so high because of the amount of, stuff that that's packed up on the entire surface of the planet that it starts burning, and it becomes it becomes a star, a burning star of of data centers instead of hydrogen. You know, I don't know. What's up, Goose? How are you today? I haven't seen any of Black Mirror yet. $10. Yeah, I don't know. What a world. And all of this in the name of profit. Ultimately. Yeah, Timmy. It's a weird time to exist. Yeah, I don't know. There's something strange about it. Like, I wonder what's the next step, right? When wasn't there a weird time to exist? No, that's true. That's fair. But I wonder what the next step is, right? I don't know, 40 years from now. What is the next big thing where people are like, holy shit, these are weird times. Remember when it was just about, like, servers of data accessed by the internet? Like, what's the next step, right? What's the next big thing that's gonna feel like that in 40 years? I wonder. Something that's, you know, that's gonna be so massive that it just drives the entire economy or something. Brain interfaces? Fake trees. I think you get that from seeing any industry at scale. Yeah, maybe. Cybernetics. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think brain interfaces, like, it feels like the barrier of entry is pretty huge. At least in the sense that, you know, how you imagine it from, like, science fiction shit, right? Having, like, a plug where you can plug something and then you get connected to it. Like, you know, obviously, I feel like this is a little... It feels like the barrier of entry for that becoming a widespread thing is a little... I cannot imagine a world where everyone gets an implant or something, right? To sort of allow that type of stuff. It would need to work without like hard connection, like hardwired connection. It would need to work in a way that you can just sort of put a helmet or something, you know, something that needs to work somewhat remotely, if that makes sense. If it's to become something as big as, I don't know, like the internet is right now, or you know, like computers in general. I can't imagine everyone getting, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna get like a fucking plug in my neck, and you know, I cannot imagine that being a thing. It seems like it's a very prohibitive barrier of entry. I'm good. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? I would love the result of it, right, Naz? If there's a way to, like, you know, Matrix style, plug yourself in and then you're in an imaginary world where you can, like, literally do anything and anything can happen, I would love that. But not to the point that I would, you know, get surgery for it, right? So I think it would, for it to be really widespread, it would need to be something that works without any like physical modification of your body. I think it seems even scarier if you can do that without physical access. Yes, for sure, but also that I think that's the only way that it actually spreads properly. I'm not remotely interested in that experience. Really interesting. That's wild to me, Naz. I would have thought that, especially based, you know, on the fact that, you know, you've mentioned that you have Asia and all that. I would think that you would be even more interested, because it will allow you to like get sort of that experience, but even like someone with hyperphantasia, right, can have sort of that experience in your mind without any other outside influence, so to speak. Obviously it's not as immersive or anything, but I would feel like that would be a way for you to be able to see all those like fantasy things in your head, right? Well, you would actually see them. I don't know. I think it would be great. Instead of like the limited interest of VR and stuff like that, even though VR can be pretty impressive, but just if you could, you know, again, removing the plug thing, which is very prohibitive, but like just put a sort of helmet on your head that sort of interfaces with your brain, and it just like sends you in this completely realistic simulated world, and then you can just be, I don't know, a space pilot or a Formula 1 driver or anything, and you just suddenly become that, and you really feel like you're there, and it feels completely indiscernible from reality. I think that'd be fascinating. I cannot imagine anything more intriguing as someone who's, you know, very interested in gaming and all those things. Yeah, goal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have hyperphantasia as well. Like my mental imagery is extremely strong. Also have very good visual memory and all that, but on the topic of cybernetics, there's a very real thing where people sign up for to test cybernetic implants for trials and actually help them, and then the test ends or the grant money runs out, and then the team comes and basically repos their implants and takes it back. Imagine you have a life-altering and saving experimental heart valve spinal implant, and they're like, yeah, now we are ripping that out. Yeah, that's... I wish that was surprising. You could argue that the brain link is like a sixth sense. It's another way to experience the world. Sure. What's up, Gibraltar? How are you doing? I thought mind's eye was just a colloquialism. That's a peppermint. Welcome in. Yeah, goats. I think there's a difference there, right? And obviously you mentioned you're a wheelchair user, but maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong, or at least your input on that idea. But I feel like there's a difference when it comes to getting something that feels like you're compensating for something you see as a weakness, or you know, like that makes you feel, you know, disabled, which is, you know, my experience working with disabled people, it's not a great feeling, right? To have that awareness of those special needs that you have and all that. Or as opposed to something where you're like, oh, this is something I'm getting because it adds fun to my life, or you know. Ableist plays a huge role. I think a lot of people would see it as an extreme. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Peppermint. Appreciate it. What's this game about? Oh, that's a much bigger question than you think, Peppermint. It's hard to explain. On a very surface level, it is a game about a murder investigation. On a very, very surface level, it's a murder investigation. But it's also much more than that. In fact, thematically speaking, it's I don't know, it's very political, philosophical, psychological. Just a whole lot of stuff. Would you say it was easier to explain what it was about when you started the game than now? Well, I mean, before I started the game, no, I had no idea what it was about. After 10 minutes, yeah. Amnesiac drunk cop finds himself having to solve a murder and has no idea what he's doing. That's after 10 minutes, right? At this point, I have no idea what this game is about anymore. There's still a murder, and I'm still interested in solving it, but yeah. It feels like there's so much more than I want to know about. But yeah, all of this coming from that little paragraph about stereotypes and you know. Obviously, this world, going back to the very beginning of the conversation, obviously this world is still very much relying on magnetic storage. And we've seen that sort of cube thing, right? Which is a sort of advanced retro-futuristic magnetic storage thing that we put in the computer. And we can't access it because we don't have a password, but that's irrelevant right now. And so, it seems like Feld was trying to develop a sort of portable version of that, right? With like smaller tapes. Which is very interesting. I can imagine it being the difference between, I don't know, like make an analogy between a vinyl player, like an old school vinyl, you know, like what's it called again? Phonogram. What word am I thinking of? Not a turntable, no. Those old school things. Yeah, record player, but like, you know, there's a technical gramophone? Maybe a gramophone? Anyway, the difference between that and then having like smaller tapes to have like a Walkman, right? Yeah, gramophone, okay. The phonograph is actually also a term. I don't know, maybe I'm mixing it with French there, but so yeah, I'm also imagining that this is like a Walkman version of a computer, basically, with like tapes, like the tape inside as a storage thing, and but obviously it didn't work out apparently. Yeah, the world building is very interesting in there, like this sort of alternate history type world. Really interesting. I like it. But yeah, that launched us into that whole conversation about storage and the existential crisis that apparently came with it. I never expected to have an existential crisis over the data storage, but here we are. So yeah. I don't know. When I'm thinking about those things, I'm like, the only reason why I would even, like, if I was offered immortality, the only reason why I would even consider it for a second is because of those things. I want to see where the future of technology goes. I want to see how far those brain interfaces can go. I want to see how far virtual reality can go. Artificial intelligence. I want to see where those things can go. And I don't think I'm going to get to see enough of it in my lifetime, because it's always going to evolve. There's always going to be a next thing that's going to be interesting, and at the you know, when I'm going to be old and I'm going to be like, I'm hoping I reach the point where I'm like, this is all bullshit, I don't want to know anymore, right? I'm hoping I'm going to be like my grandmother that's like, you know what, technology and shit, fuck that, I don't follow it anymore. It's just it's too much for me, right? She like checked out at some point of like the evolution of stuff. Like, cell phones is as far as she went. Anything more than that, she was like, yeah, I'm not interested anymore. I'm hoping I reach that point so that when my time comes, I'm gonna be at peace with the fact that I won't know more. But at the same time, I'm someone who's always been interested in tech. My grandmother wasn't. So I have a feeling that I'm gonna be an old man. I'm gonna be like, fuck, I wish I could live another 50 years and see how, like, what kind of crazy things we're gonna come up with. But that's really the only reason why I would want to be immortal. All the other aspects of immortality are very not appealing to me. Yeah. I guess the best case scenario would be that when I reach a certain age, I don't know, 60 maybe or something, I could then go in sort of hibernation for like 5 years and then wake up for, I don't know, a year. And then every year, I would like, every 5 years, I would wake up for a year, experience what the world is like, and then go back to hibernation for like 5 or 10 years. And then wake up, have another year of existence, go back under, right? Provided, you know, that medicine allows me to be a healthy, sort of high-functioning 60-plus-year-old and all that. Which, obviously, if we go far in the future, it's likely that it's going to happen. Especially if we imagine that I'm in a context where I can afford doing that. I'm probably pretty wealthy in that imaginary scenario, right? So, I would love to be able to just flash forward, right, every 10 years or so and experience that world for a year. I wonder at what point you're like completely overwhelmed and you're just like waking up and you're like, I don't understand anything anymore. Or maybe at some point you wake up and there's just, the world is gone, like the mankind is just literally gone. 39, yeah, nice. Yes, you know, that's the plot of Futurama, right? But yeah, I was having that thought the other day, and I know that's a huge tangent. We'll get back to the actual game soon, but I feel like those themes are sort of connected to the game in some form. But I was having that thought the other day. Imagine getting in a coma in, say, I don't know, the mid-90s, and then waking up now, right, 30 years later. You know, discounting for all the, like, physical toll that such a long coma takes on a person. Like, imagine you wake up and you're perfectly healthy, right, somehow. Hypothetical scenario. I wonder how overwhelming the world would be. Because, like, in the mid-90s, you had an idea of what a cell phone could be. Like, some people had them, right? But they were very, you know, prototype, like, prototypical, I guess is the word I'm looking for. But, and prison folk get that experience. I don't know, Goats, because they still sort of follow media, probably, in prison, right? I would assume. Like, they still follow sort of what's happening. And I'm pretty sure they know about cell phones and the internet and all that. Well, I mean, it depends on the prisons and the locations, I guess, but... I mean, we're thinking about the Brooks scenario in Shawshank, right? Basically. I'm thinking more of a clear, complete cut. You have no idea, right? It's not like you get people coming in and telling you about the world outside, and then you experience it. And yeah, it's surprising because you've never experienced it in the same way, but you've still heard about it and sort of, you know, kind of followed how the world evolved. But yeah, no, I'm thinking like a complete... You close your eyes in the mid-90s, you open them in the mid-20s. And you look at the internet. And you look at streaming. And you look at, like, cell phones and I don't know. It's a weird thought. Like, how do you deal with that amount of change? The internet was a very different place back then. Yeah, I mean, you know, I barely knew about the internet in '95. She was telling me that when she was first on the internet, it was a better, safer place as a kid. So, I think I can see what she means, though. I don't think it's necessarily correct, but I can see what she means. And I don't know, I don't know when she was first on the internet, right? But I'm thinking about late 90s internet. It was very naive and sort of... There wasn't a lot of dangers, right? It was kind of the Wild West and you could be exposed to a lot of things, right? But I feel like the internet was less of an exploitative place in itself, right? Like, if you wanted to see some weird shit back in the late 90s on the internet, you kind of had to look for it, is what I mean. These days, I feel like you get... there's this illusion of safety and a very polished experience with the internet, and like, kids are safe, and oh yeah, no, you know, they're not gonna see some violence and some porn unless they look for it, and there's a lot of protections and all that. Sure. I think the Wild West of the early internet was definitely a thing. But there's dangers in a very different way these days, right? Like the social media stuff, like I hate to use the term, but like the brainwashing aspect of social media, right? That didn't exist really back then, I don't feel. At least it didn't seem to me that it existed. Because obviously social media wasn't a thing, but like the internet didn't have that sort of social engineering aspect to it, right? I don't know. I can see her point. I think it was different. I think it was just dangerous in different ways. I think the dangers of today's internet for younger people are more pervasive. They're more insidious, I think is the word that I'm looking for. It's... You don't notice it just as much. It's gonna work over a period of many years, and it's gonna, you know, mold the youth of today into the perfect little pawns they need to be tomorrow, right? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it depends on the generations we're talking about. Like, if we're talking like late zeros, early 2010s, that was a wild time on the internet in terms of the amount of openly accessible shit. You had the power of social media that started to become a thing, and you still had no regulations or control over the content that was on there. I'm not saying that doesn't exist today, like there's a ton of weird shit on social media, but there's also a lot more control, I feel like. Like the late zeros and the early 2010s, like sort of the, I hate to say it, but the golden age of stuff like 4chan and whatnot, right? That was scary as hell. That to me, I feel like as teenagers, I wasn't a teenager at the time, but I feel like looking back, seeing like the kids that I was teaching and all that, like as teenagers, I feel like the late zeros, early 2010s was the worst era of the internet when it comes to that sort of stuff. But late 90s, you just went into chat rooms and got insulted or hit on, depending on your nickname. Yeah, that's true. And we would just gladly share all information about ourselves. We didn't care. But again, nobody was really using that, right, at the time. So hence, the sort of... There was safety in the naivete of everyone. And then just the fact that nobody really tried to exploit that information, right? Or... And then there was like, in my opinion, what was the dark age of the internet. Again, late zeros, early 2010s, when social media started becoming a thing, and, you know, stuff like 4chan blew up, and all of this was so readily available. All like the filth of the internet was just so readily available for everyone without any sort of barrier. Because people were just not, parents were just not educated enough about those things, and there were enough implemented like measures of safety for people and regulations and all that, and so it was like really the maybe probably the darkest ages. And then nowadays, you know, there's a lot more education on those things, and parents are a lot more aware, because also parents now grew up with the internet, a lot of them, so they know about it. And there's also a lot more regulations, and there's also a lot more implemented protections, like with computers. But on the other hand, on the other side of that, you get like the social engineering aspect of it, like the whole social media aspect of like brainwashing and propaganda, and that's another very scary aspect. But that one's a little less direct, I would say. It's more of a... It feels like it's what the medias have always done, except now it's done very efficiently on the internet, right? I don't know. Again, maybe my perspective is colored by my own experience growing up with all those things. So. You've never seen 4chan? I just know it's bad from people's reaction to it. I mean, 4chan is just basically hardcore Reddit, if you want to put it in a way. In the sense that there's communities on 4chan that are very nice, right? And there's the degen communities that you don't want to go look at, but happen to be the most popular. Like 4chan in itself, you know, there's definitely communities there that are perfectly fine, right? And then you have like random, which is the place you don't want to go to. Yeah, exactly. Imagine Reddit without any pretense of enforcing any rules and safety. Alright, anyway, video game. What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Oh, look at the boy. Mikhail Heidelstam. The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve. Why is he dressed like a sailor? Hold on, can we talk about that?
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
So you're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk? Look under your feet. What happened to the engineers, the company people? What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers? How did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers? I wanted to ask something else. Oh yeah, hold on, that's true. Like the cube one is a radio computer, not a tape computer. Still seems to be working with magnetic stuff like the cube, but Because you think sailors are cool? Okay, fair.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Oh yeah. This thing here? That's gone? Aw. Okay, so that was the building we saw earlier with the... shooting... Oh, the shooting squad. Okay, it makes sense now. That's the wall with the shooting squad's bullet impacts. And this is the one we're at now. And then there's the church, and there's those things, and then the wheel. Apparently it's broken.
A pleasure wheel?
The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon, as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He smiles again, as if somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Alright, turn to Mikhail. He means they all got shot in the head because they were bourgeois. Now, do you know what the bourgeoisie is? I love that I can just ruin it. I can ruin years of parenting. Right there. Time for this kid to learn some things about the world. Man, it is so tempting. This answer is so tempting. I hate that I'm not gonna click on it. I hate that I'm not gonna click on it. I really want to know what happens if I click on that. But hey, not my place. Not my place. I'm not gonna ruin parenting for Trent. Tape computers. Right.
Tape computers.
He nods. Wind tousling his suit jacket. So what did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
Why is he pronouncing it like that? Le Décret de Mars. French already sounds pretentious. You don't have to force it. Okay, Trent? Jeez. Use them for military communication. He says while his son looks up, idly chewing on the corner of his worm-themed coloring book. What was the Décret de Mars then?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Okay.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem
Charette?
to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
A singer-songwriter called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. Alright. What an interesting name, Charette, for a singer-songwriter.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
Yeah, Mikhail doesn't want to know any of that shit.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
A young nerd? Yeah, a young binoclard in the making, for sure. A proper one, too. How did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
Oh, even if Encyclopedia is ready for, like, is buckling up for an explanation, it's gonna be a big one. Here's detail that every local library stocks a copy of the decree, one copy. I mean, I don't think it's meant to be one copy, right? I think that means that they have at least one copy of it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree means that there's at least one in every library. Doesn't mean that there's only one, right? It's like if you say, I don't know, every library has a copy of the Bible. I don't know if that's true. I don't think so, but yeah, it doesn't mean that it's limited to one. Yeah. I wonder if I can find one in the bookstore.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Hughes joined the team, trying to...
That's some serious info dump right there. I'm gonna have to think about it again. Why would the library itself need to stock a copy? The US libraries don't stock copies of the US Correct me as well. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's just an important piece of history, and just so happens that, you know, this is a very different world, right? Like, I mean, it's a world that seems to be sort of still stuck in that post-revolution like sort of limbo almost, right? I feel like some of those things are still very vivid in the memory of people. I don't know. I'm trying to find like a real life equivalent to something like that. What would be a historical document that you can probably find in most libraries? Bible. Yeah. What's the March decree? The radio transmission sent out to news agencies, all government by the created commune of Revachol. Your oath. Short-lived legislative foundation for short-lived. Beautiful piece of text. Call it a love poem to Revachol. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of it. Communist Manifesto? I don't know, yeah. Mein Kampf, you know, I'm thinking about those, like, specific things, but those are, you know, like... to put this in context, this is a radio transmission. Initially, right? And they've printed it, and then it's being stocked in like every library in Revachol stocks a copy of it. What I think is important to note is that it was probably a text that was very instrumental in like the creation of what Revachol is today, and apparently it's considered a beautiful piece of text, right? Like there's some artistic merit to it. It's not just an informative piece of writing. So I don't know. I guess it is what it is, right? It is what it is. It became a part of their history, and every library has one because it's both important and beautiful, and people are interested in it. I can't find any real life equivalent that sort of would be a fair comparison, but no, I get that, Gibraltar, and I think it's an interesting, it's definitely an interesting thought. But I think I feel like the way it's presented, it didn't strike me, right? It was just like, oh yeah, it's an important piece of their history, and they like the text in itself, so they just have a copy of it everywhere. Just a little quirk of that world, I guess, right? Yeah, I'm trying to find like an equivalent sort of thing. I'm thinking like the type of speech you would hear over the radio in like during World War II or something. Like a speech by General de Gaulle, for instance, in France, right? Do they have copies of that in libraries in France? Maybe, I don't know. Frankly, I would need to ask a French person that's interested in history about that, but I don't know. It's certainly interesting. Like, it didn't strike me as weird, but it's definitely interesting. I like the idea of like that sort of a radio transmission becoming that big of a historical piece of writing that they just have in every library. I wonder, can I find a copy of the March? Décret de Mars. Somewhere? Bookstore, question mark? I don't know. We'll see. I 10 years ago did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same question, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was ed curator at the time. This was before the twins, Keith and Guy Juiced, joined the team, trying to... Yeah, how dare you, Gibraltar? A stream so focused as mine, that really always focuses on making progress in the game. Sending us on a tangent. Clearly you're not a good fit for this community, I don't think. Bringing tangents into our very intense gameplay. Unbelievable.
He did it. He said, Humpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Humpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Encyclopedia is vexed about this whole thing. I think Encyclopedia is not happy that he doesn't know about any of this. Okay, the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center, Paul Ockerman, Keith and Guy Juice. What are you talking about?
The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Turn to Kim. Turn to the lieutenant. Kim, is he making this up? Come on, there's no place called the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center of Arts. You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
Okay.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
That is actually wild.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Not cool. I've seen cooler things than that. The RCM should get one of those. I'm gonna nod and say cool.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, It pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Aw. Felt playback experiments. Hold on, the felt playback is written everywhere on those things. You can see it under my camera here. Felt playback. Interesting. Someone told me there was a Wumpty Dumpty Dum center in Amsterdam. I'd say, sounds like a Dutch thing, alright. Oh yeah, go. You guys are weird over there. I don't know. What's up, Serb? How are you doing today? Okay, I have a new thought. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. -1 suggestion, outsider. Only 42 minutes. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna rush through it, I think. It's Wednesday evening and something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine and exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wonder Twins, Guy and Keith Joost, are the star of the show with their bomber jackets and white sneakers, head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wumpty Dum Dee Dummiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Jesus. Where are you if you're not there? Okay, I need to try that, I think. How's the game going? Pretty well, Zolu. How are you? Alright, which one did we want to remove? There was one I remember saying that I could remove, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, it might have been this one. The Lonesome Way Home. This line stays. Actual art degree gives a lot of XP. This one I don't think is ever going to be useful for me. I may as well remove it, I think. If I suddenly start meeting people with enemies with FT 500 armor. But we haven't seen anything resembling an enemy in this game, right? So, I don't know. I would be very surprised if suddenly 150 hours in, there's suddenly like enemies with like actual fighting to have to do. But, Okay, I'm keeping this one for now, Yeah, I think this one's the first to go, or this one. Learning cap for perception raised to 5. I don't think that's that important. I'm already so high with perception. I think I'm gonna remove this one. I'm gonna feel terrible if suddenly there's something where it would have become relevant. I will be very upset, but I think I'm gonna still remove it. Yeah. Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. Let's see. Let's see what this leads to. I need to know. It's only 42 minutes, so we'll be there in no time. In the meantime, I have -1 suggestion, which is not great. I need to clear that out of the way before I talk to Lillian again. Wait, the failed playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Felt Playback Experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind.
2 seagulls circle in the sky. You look up and think, really? Or was there a 4th prototype that remains hidden in the mausoleums below Cold City.
How would I know that, if that's the case? And how does it... Is it... I wonder if this links to what's happening to us and all of that in the game, like in a weird way. If there's like a sort of weird... If this is foreshadowing for something. Belt playback experiment. Because the fact that it's written on the tape here makes me think that like the greater sort of mystery of what this world is. I don't know. What a strange video game. I wanted to ask something else.
But of course. What else? Sure. What's on your mind? But of course. What else?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He brushes it off like it's not a thing at all.
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Could I have some of that unimportant money then? See, that's exactly how I feel. If money is not important to you, can I have some? I don't want your money. I just wanted to see whether my profiling skills were working. All right, let's see.
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms.
Uh-huh. He looks uncomfortable. Left hand squeezing on shoulder.
I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Sure.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
By the way, do you work out? Yeah, bro. Do you lift? Trent? Physical instrument number 2. At level 2. Nail that check. By the way, do you work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
Alright. What's up, Malachas? How are you doing today?
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang. It
Sure.
uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
A form of martial arts from the Isle of Lomantang, right? I'm not really interested in the practice. I just want to know how often you work out now and then. That's what, like once a week? Alright, let's talk about the martial arts.
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harley people, a name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for crafting the long, slender sticks, whereas the sticks used in other cultures...
You doze off as he paints you a comprehensive picture of the history of stick fighting among mankind, seasoning it with unexpected pop culture references. Man, he's good at speaking. People must love him.
I love that rhetoric, super impressed. Meanwhile, we're like literally falling asleep.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying?
I don't really remember what I was saying. I'm not really interested in the practice. Yeah, I'm decent, Malachas. Thank you. I'd pay money to listen to this guy debate Measurehead. I don't know. I'd pay money to see Measurehead talk with no, not Kuno. Gary. I want to see what happens when you put a competitive racist with an amateur level racist, you know? I would love to see what happens there. debate combat's going to be the next big thing. Does that even exist? Wait, what's the idea? Do you fight and debate at the same time? Or is it more like chess boxing? You first punch each other in the face and then you try to have a debate. That makes sense. With the brain damage and all that. I think both could be interesting. Maybe like poetry slam? Poetry body slam? Details aren't clear, but I'm imagining Joe Rogan versus Lex Fridman. I don't know who Lex Fridman is. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, so many people argue over the internet and you know, debate and all that, and it makes no sense. Put them in a ring. Let them fight and talk at the same time. Mic them up, let them fight and have a conversation. And they get the points get scored based on both the combat and the arguments. I can see a market for that. Kind of the same sphere. They do it online so that they don't get punched IRL. Yeah, but let's put an end to this, Goatsbane. Let's see if they can, you know. Loser never speaks again? I mean, if they have enough fights, they won't be able to, right? At some point, like, the brain damage is going to take over, probably. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, for inaugural fight, let's put Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder in a ring. And hopefully they double KO each other. And, you know, none of them ever speak ever again. This way everyone wins. I really wanted the Zuckerberg and Musk fight to happen. Honestly? Yeah, I would have watched it, probably. Can all four of them? Wait, who are the other two? The two you mentioned plus Rogan and Friedman. I've never seen Friedman. I feel like based on the conversation happening, I think I'm lucky that I don't know who they are, right? Maybe I dodged the like I'm not looking at the internet enough, and I'm lucky for it. I you know, lowered my social media. Like, I don't really go on social media anymore. I don't look at that sort of stuff anymore. I don't scroll much anymore. So maybe I'm dodging a lot of stuff. I don't know. Friedman is a decent fellow. Is he? I don't. Again, I have no idea who he is, so I'm just asking. Do you think any of the other one mentioned so far are decent? Just so we know where the line is for you. He's unimpressive, but he has some interesting guests sometimes. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a weird thing, like the way sort of some of these personalities have changed over time. You know, Joe Rogan, for me, for instance, used to always be the UFC guy, right? That's how I knew about him. He was the UFC commentator. That's how much I knew about him. That was perfectly fine. He was commentating, commentating fights. I was watching fights. And that was it. And one day I learned that this dude has a podcast. And I'm like, okay, he has a podcast. Interesting. That was already like a couple of years into the whole thing. I sort of never knew about it. That was, I think it must have been like 2017 or something, maybe 2018. And I don't know, there were a few, interviews that I enjoyed listening to. I enjoyed listening to Chuck Palahniuk on Rogan's show. He's a very interesting, I don't agree with a lot of Palahniuk's takes. I think he has a bit of a weird angle on some themes and topics, but in general, I think he's an interesting person to listen to. Very good storyteller, obviously. And then, yeah, Fear Factor wasn't a thing here. I never saw that, right, Rossetti? So I didn't have that angle of Joe Rogan in my memory. For me, it was just literally just the UFC guy. And yeah, I don't know. So there was a few like people that were on the Rogan show that I thought were interesting. I'm mostly interesting when Joe Rogan actually shuts up and listens, which is why the Palahniuk interview is pretty cool, because Palahniuk is a very strong storyteller, and Joe Rogan just shuts up and listens to him. But yeah, then there was the whole like COVID situation, right? And Rogan had some very wild takes during that whole period of time. And now he's sort of, I think he's kind of embracing the fact that a lot of his audience are that sort of like alt-right, pretend hyper-masculine audience. I think he's sort of embracing that because I guess it makes him a lot of money. And I think that his podcast and his show got a lot worse for it, right? So yeah, I don't know. Not super interested in his work anymore. If I can, I mean, I was never actually, like I said, I was never really interested. He was just an announcer on the fucking UFC. I never really cared about what he had to say past announcing the match, right? So, yeah. Is that an insect or is that a shadow? Didn't really pop into my radar until Elon Musk was on his show for the first time. Yeah, see, I haven't even watched that. I really don't care about what Elon Musk has to say. He's not a person I'm very interested in listening to. I don't know. He also invites very interesting people. Alex Jones was a guest even before COVID. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, right? I feel like if you're a talk show host that has a podcast and you want to invite people from all sides of the political spectrum or different, that's fine, right? It's fine to have different conversations with different people, right? And it's fine to listen and have a conversation with that. But it feels, and I don't know if it's something that I missed at the time because I wasn't listening to those particular episodes. I was like I said, I mostly listened to like the ones that were on pretty inoffensive topics. Like, for instance, the Palahniuk episode's mostly about writing. There's an episode about sleep with Matthew Walker, right? Very interesting conversations about sleep. But anyway, so I don't know if it's because I missed that at the time or if it's because it changed over time. But I feel like these days, he's not just having conversations with them. He's pushing their ideological agenda and because he adheres to it, right? He adheres to a lot of that. So I think it's past the sort of like, yeah, let's just listen to everyone and have conversations about it, right? It's more like, oh yeah, no, I'm totally gonna push your agenda on my platform. Isn't the worst from that bunch? Oh yeah, no, I mean, him itself as a person, I think is just... Again, I think he has some very wild takes, especially like during COVID. That was wild, but yeah, I think in many ways, I think now he's sort of pandering to his audience that somehow found him. But yeah, I would agree that he's definitely not the worst of the bunch, right? There's definitely a lot more dangerous people out there, I think. Now, there's an argument to be made that he has such a big platform that it can be potentially very dangerous, but yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't pay attention to him enough to know exactly what's happening over there right now, but... Conspiracy theories underpin authoritarian movements, and Rogan always been a conspiracy guy. On the rise for sure. That's my beef with him. Yeah, and I feel like SCD, it's a weird thing, right? Where in the past, it almost, like, you can take the conspiracy stuff and it's almost funny. Like, it's entertaining to think about those conspiracies and all that, right? It's not very dangerous as long as it's just a thought experiment, if that makes sense. These days, it's not just a funny thought experiment anymore, right? It's like, it's proper political conversation, right? Because we now live in a world where, you know, apparently people that are very heavily relying on conspiracy theories can get elected president and all that and have like actual power. It's not just a joke anymore, right? It's not just a fun thing that you can read on and be like, oh yeah, that's the conspiracy theories are, you know, it's a fun thing to think about, but it's not actually, you know, you don't really think that it has any real impact. No, these days it's like, it can actually play a, you know, an important part in like the political landscape. So you're like, ooh. Yeah, Archeesy, I get that. Because it's not absurd enough, right? Like, you look at certain people that have those crazy bigots' opinions and agendas and all that, and you're listening to them, and it's so obvious. They're so comically... I hate to say the word evil because it's a matter of perspective, sure, but they're so, you know, comical in their... Like, and I mean that in a sense, like, comic book-like, almost, in their opinions, that you're just gonna dismiss that as an outsider. You're gonna listen to it and you're gonna be like, all right, buddy, right? And you're gonna move on. But Rogan has a, you know, he comes off with this air of nuance to him that he doesn't really have, but he comes off as having it. He has that pretend nuance to his conversations in the way he's expressing himself, which makes it very, again, insidious, right? Because a lot of people can listen to that and be like, oh yeah, that seems reasonable, right? And that's when you suddenly start getting deeper and deeper into the whole, you know, red pill bullshit and all that, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've heard it on. That was definitely a weird time, I will say. Like, it was just such a weird time to, like, looking back, even though it's just happened, right? It's crazy the takes that people were having on that whole thing. I think it definitely sort of revealed, like on a more personal level, to me, it revealed a lot of like the selfishness of some people, which interestingly were the kind of people that, you know, who usually complain about other people being selfish. But anyway, that's more of a like personal observation on my very small scale, so it doesn't have any, you know, actual greater scale value. I'm just talking about my personal experience of noticing people around me that were usually the people, you know, saying, oh, you know, you're selfish for doing this or that or this or that. And then, you know, when it comes to wearing a mask to protect people that were in danger, suddenly, oh, no, you know, I can't because I, you know. I don't know. Yeah, if you're the non, yeah. Yeah, that's the wasn't that the like the Y2K paradox or something? Like, oh yeah, Y2K used to be a whole lot of nothing, people say. So we panicked for nothing. Oh yeah, I mean, if you ignore the amount of time and money and resources that were put into preventing the disasters. Sure, it wasn't a big deal after all. But that's because people were ready and prepared for it, right? And a lot of work was done in terms of infrastructure to make sure that nothing would happen. It's sort of like, I feel like the same thing sort of happens. Like, oh yeah, I never wore a mask and I never got sick, so I was right. Well, yeah, but everyone else around you was. That's why you never got sick. Because everyone else was protecting your fucking ass. I don't know. And still, you know, millions and millions of people died. Which is crazy. Like I don't know exactly what the numbers are at the end of it all, like for that 2-3 years period of time. Like what's the term again? For the like the extra amount of death. What's the term? There's a precise term for that. Excedent, I don't know. Excess mortality. Thank you. Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. Yeah, it's really crazy, right? Excess morbidity. Yeah, whatever. We know what I'm referring to, right? It's pretty wild. Mortality. Okay. What's up, Noger, by the way? How are you? 2K might come again in 2038 when the timestamp doesn't fit into a 32 bits integer anymore. Oh yeah? Interesting. What's up, JR? Oh, I didn't fix anything. It's still there. I'm just not paying attention to it. I'm just ignoring it until I decide on what solution to... If I'm replacing the panel, or if I'm just buying an extra monitor and using this one as an extra. I don't know. Now we're thinking about it? I'm not, really. It's just hidden in the corner there. You think that it was the game? No, Rasta. It can be. I don't know what it was. Just maybe a defective panel. Maybe the changes of temperature. Maybe the extreme amount of usage. Maybe it got hit at some point and I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Depends if I want to add a monitor to my setup or replace one of the older ones with this one. I'm not sure yet. There's definitely a world where I replace my oldest one. Get rid of it. We'll see. It's probably not gonna last for very long anyway. So I could just buy a new one for gaming, like the exact same. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that later. Honestly, when I'm gaming, I don't think about it. It doesn't matter. I don't really see it. Like right now, if I'm looking at it, I'm seeing it. Just in a little corner. You're playing something that moves or is dark enough, you never notice it. Yeah, Naz, that's good. Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is if it gets worse, right? Over time, but... No, I mean, it seems fine. What's up, Sir Kel? How are you doing, dude? There's a CRT subculture. Oh, yeah. Yeah. People love those old screens, for sure. No, I think Naz is gaming on LCDs, flat screens, but... Those are pretty old at this point. You can find some old monitors like that. Yeah, I don't know. This one I bought was like, what, 190 bucks, I think? 200, maybe? Which is fine. It's a fair price for a monitor. So I don't know. Maybe I need to consider if I want to buy an extra one and put this one as a third. Because I don't think, again, fourth, I don't think I have the space to do. It would be a lot of rearranging my space, and maybe using this one as a third, and the other one gets removed as a spare that sort of still works in case something breaks, but. $5 from Goodwill. That's wild. Yeah, $10. That's cool. I'm boring you with the details again. You were saying. I actually do not remember what I was saying. For once, I'm exactly in the position Harry is. I don't remember.
Then I guess everything got said, right?
Sure. Oh yeah, about the working out. Well, there we go. Actually, let me...
do some...
Low Muntang stick fighting is a...
Actually...
You doze off. Man.
But anyway...
I'm not really interested in the practice. I just want to know how
saying?
often you work out. Now and then. That's what, like once a week?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait. What does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
Hold on. Pyrrolidon addiction? What an interesting metaphor. Study his face. Or perhaps not a metaphor at all?
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Uh-huh. For a shadow takes a hold of his face.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
Trent is fucking turbo nerd. Dresses in a... What a weeb. That Trant guy.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway.
He says, swaying with his hand. Batman? No, I'm more imagining like one of those, you know, like kendo outfits. That's what I'm picturing in my mind, at least. Great, thank you for all the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
What about this now?
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Tomorrow. That's a Smashing Pumpkins song, isn't it? No, the Smashing Pumpkins song is Tomorrow, just an excuse away. Yeah, that's in 33 by the Smashing Pumpkins. Tomorrow's just an excuse away. I don't know the lyrics, but anymore. I used to love that song, though. You're getting a Masked Crime Fighter vibe from this guy? I mean, he does have a little bit of a sort of... I can see the Bruce Wayne sort of vibe, like, you know, knows about technology, seems wealthy, maybe. I don't know. Tomorrow's just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
The lieutenant raises the collar of his bomber jacket. Okay then, turn away. Was expecting more from this. And he's buff, yeah. Maybe there's more to this guy than we know. I would love to get in there. There's no way in. Look at this place. Jeez. Oh. Buzz. Hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power. I'm gonna try that thing first. Yeah, there are a few things to do down there. Old telephones. And then there's the church, right? Yeah, okay. So hold on. Let me just make sure that I've cleared... Yeah, okay, cool. Hold on. I gotta check that real quick. Yeah, okay. I think the snow thing is the one we did already. I can remove that. Yep. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. A dead phone, a smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. Sometimes you gotta hung up hard, you know?
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Pick up the handset.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
No. Wait, he said inoperable. But it says operable. Wait, hold on. I think that's a voice actor mistake there.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
Oh, maybe. No, that's just me misunderstanding. Did he say inoperable? Okay. Is it me? Am I the problem? Or did he say inoperable? And those are two different voice lines. I'm confused. I heard the first. Can someone clip it to see if it was just me or if it actually said inoperable? Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't know if it's two different voice lines and one of them's wrong or if I just dreamed that. You recorded 2 lines to make you feel insane? Well, success, NJ. Success. I do feel very weird right now. First signs of dementia. Had to happen at some point, I guess. Put 10 cents in put 10 cents in and dial a random number. 005 2403 155.
Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this?
Thank you, Malachaz. Let's see.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
I was right! I'm not crazy. Okay, that's an interesting little thing. That there's 2 different voice lines, one of them being wrong. Interesting. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this?
End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
The voice is female and sounds about 100 years old. Yes, it's me, Pierre. I might be. What's Pierre like? No, this is not Pierre. Hang up. Yeah, Sorrow. Funny. No, this is not Pierre.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
Yes, Pierre is dead. Oh my god. Who's Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man.
Sister's grandson. Okay.
But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
The woman moans, and the phone lines howl in unison with her. I'm not a salesman. I was just calling a random number and you somehow ran with it. Yes, I am a salesman. What exactly did we do to your country? I don't know who I am, but who are you? No, I'm a police officer. No, I'm a police officer.
To hell with the police. To hell with you.
You know who she sounds like, Nasrallah? An old, timeless Tony Storm. To hell with you.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects.
Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects.
You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
So there's something strange here with how every time we're on a conversation over the phone, except when we're calling the police from the Kim's motor carriage. But every time we're on a phone call, so many of these machines have there's weird white noises, and everything's sounds, strange, and I don't know. Is it because the communications are going over the pale? Is it because there's something weird about this world? I don't know. Let's dial a different random number. 005 51 17 912. I can spend a bit of money. Let's see.
Calling. Still calling. Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
What's up, Gerard?
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity. No, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone.
I'm sorry, what? Hey, Gerard, get your wife for me, will you? I'm sorry, what are we doing? Is electricity here? I need to speak with electricity. Gerard, what a douche name. Change it. Change your name. Sorry, wrong number. What the fuck? Okay. I mean... Sir Kel, you're probably very excited by this one, right? Electricity and Sir Kel are very similar names, in essence. You are indeed. Yeah, I know. You probably have a very strong liking for these puns. Seems like a pun you'd do. Yeah. I'm not sure you should be admitting that publicly, but, you know... Alright, hey Gerard, get your wife for me, will you?
Who is this?
The man does not understand. Doesn't matter, put her on, I don't like waiting. It's Harry, put her on, I don't like waiting. It's Pierre, now put her on, I don't like waiting. I'm sorry, it was a stupid joke I shouldn't have called. It's stupid, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna push this. This is so dumb. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with him. It's Harry. Put her on. Put her on. I don't like waiting.
Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that?
The voice on the phone is suddenly very agitated. I'm the guy who's fucking your wife, Gerard. Now put her on before I lose my patience. Guillaume le Million. I'm no one. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this. Or hang up. I'm no one. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this. I feel bad. Like I'm literally getting people in trouble for no reason there. I'm no one. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this.
Just tell me what's going on here. Bien, come here.
Uh-oh.
The sounds are muffled. You can make out two people, a man and a woman called Bien. They're talking to each other in agitated voices. There's a shuffle of feet. Children, maybe.
My curiosity is... I regret it.
Amid the howling in the wire, you make out a woman's voice with a thick Samaran accent. Gerard, this is a joke. Someone is making a joke. More shouting.
Ow!
You're pretty sure you hear a man saying fuck several times. Then the crackle in the phone line gets violently louder, like the surf breaking.
Okay, let me heal. Stop it, I was just kidding. I'm not sleeping with your wife. Wait, Gerard, let's just keep talking, buddy. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep fucking your wife, Gerard. Oh my god, dude. What is this even in the game? Why can we do, like, what's the point of us doing this? Wait, Gerard, let's just keep talking, buddy.
You can't make out a single word, just vague voices.
Oh
One
my
more,
god.
a child has joined.
Oh no.
Something breaks or falls over.
This
Footsteps approaching.
This got away from me very quickly. I don't know why I followed drama there. That was a very big mistake. I was expecting something a lot less... Anyway.
Something hits the phone with a loud crack of plastic and microphone hiss. After that, you are left with the disconnect tone.
What the hell are you doing?
The lieutenant's been keeping a distance but steps in closer now. I was having a bit of fun. What's the big deal? You're right, Kim. This went wrong. I shouldn't have done this. I don't understand what I did wrong. You know what? You're right, Kim.
You're right. You shouldn't have.
Yes, that is true. What's up, Harmon?
He accepts your apology.
Thank you.
Let's just go. I've had enough of this phone booth.
No, I want to keep calling random people.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. The lieutenant shrugs apathetically, then walks a little distance away to concentrate on his notes. Looks like he'd rather not get into it again.
I'm just interested in those random numbers. It's fun. I'm just going to be a bit more careful, however.
Calling. 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 Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man.
Someone picks up the voice on the other end. Someone picks up. The voice on the other end is slightly hysterical.
I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Who's this? Yes, but a slight change of plans. I want this delivered to the Whirling in Rags in Martinez. We could all be a bit kinder to each other, don't you think? Consider your debt paid, my friend. Oh no, that's gonna, like... Oh. You seem to be in sort of trouble. Maybe I can help you. I'm a police officer. I mean, it's very tempting, but interestingly is reading this, I was like, oh, he's gonna die if I tell him that, right? Because he's not gonna pay his debt, and then the person who he owes money to is gonna kill him. Which is, in effect, the same thing as this one, except this one I'm getting money, right? So it feels a lot more acceptable, for some reason. Oh man, it's so tempting. Holy crap. Okay, slight change of plan. I want this delivered to the Whirling in Rags in Martinez. They just, you know, if they don't want trouble, they just don't do crime. Asshole. No, stop breaking the law, asshole, right? That's the line.
Tethys. Hey! You're not Tethys.
Aw.
Screw you, and don't ever call here again. You're fucking with some serious people.
God damn it.
Disconnect tone.
Are we about done with this now?
Not quite, Kim. But almost, yes. How long for the Wumpty Dumpty? 15 minutes. Okay. Put 10 cents. Let's go.
Calling.
I'm tired.
Dude, okay, it's blowing my mind how many different conversations are happening right now. Like, the amount of stuff you can do in this game is just crazy. I'm tired. A man answers fast this time. His voice is hoarse from cigarettes. You hear typing in the background.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
What are you tired of?
Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to get back to it.
And you know what? I can relate to that person.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens.
What?
Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying.
Oh. Well, that's interesting. White morning smells like betrayal. Dial a random number with your eyes closed. Okay, so the white morning stuff is something related to our past, I think, right? Yeah. Interfacing. This is a white check, you may retry it. Okay. Yeah, 83%. We can do that. Let's go. We're on 5. We need a 5 or better.
Close your eyes and put your index finger on the
11
rotary
again.
dial.
2
Then
rolls
pull down
today,
on
2
the
11s.
Then move one up and repeat the motion twice.
Close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Pull down on the number, move up, repeat the motion twice. Let's see. Yeah, I think 11's my lucky number today. I don't know. It seems to be a thing.
Strange. This is not how you started before.
Wait, what did I just do? Keep dialing. Oh, stop! Okay. Keep dialing.
414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air.
Keep dialing.
1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling.
There's more?
Yes. 45167451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks.
Finish it.
451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones, calling in the night.
Okay, that's very strange. Again, like ultra long distance call and like the idea of the white noise makes me believe, you know, that this is going through the pale somehow, right? But
The saddest sound in the world. Calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy.
oh no! I'm on 9, I need 18, I need 9 or better. I wonder if I click on this, if I'm still going to be able to try this one. Kim, Volition impossible, hang it up, or let it call more. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. The situation we find ourselves in right now is interesting. Obviously, there's something unpleasant about this call situation. Harry suddenly realized that he's making a mistake. You hear the sound of the calling, the saddest sound in the world, right? Like, I mean, there's clearly something like related, linked to the past here. The ex-wife or something. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. The breathing is heavy. This is asking Kim for help. This is letting it call more. Which is probably going to have a terrible effect on our morale or something. And this is trying to resist this whole situation and hang up the phone. Which obviously would be good for us. It's like we sort of... It's an interesting situation there, where we had a check that we had to succeed first to get into the situation, and now we have a check to get out. It's almost like, oh, you shouldn't have done this, but you're gonna have to pay to get out of it, right? It's not gonna happen. Just like that, it's gonna be difficult for you to get out of this. Now the thing is, I don't know if I want to hang up. I don't even know that I'm gonna try. Obviously, I can sense that this is gonna be something bad for Harry, right? It seems. I'm still too curious. I need to know. I think I'm gonna ignore this one. So I could ask for Kim's help, or I could let it call more, which is what I think I'm gonna do. I'm just worried that I'm gonna, like, you know, maybe Kim helps me and then I can keep... I'm worried I'm gonna faint or something, right? Okay, let it call more.
Calling. 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 Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard. It's really interesting, like, because obviously it's just narrated. There's no sound effects, but I can hear... You know, there's that sort of typical phone sound, like that tone, that calling tone sound. That just, I don't know, in a dark, I'm imagining like a dark ambient situation, and you can just hear that. You know what I mean? Like that sort of typical sound that you hear in movies and or songs sometimes, like when there's ambient parts and all that. And that whole mystery of, like, is it gonna pick up or not? I always thought that was a very nostalgic sound for some reason. I don't know why. I'm sure. I wonder if you can actually I wonder, Dom, if you can actually customize your phone, like your Android or iPhone, to have that sound effect instead of the tone. calling.
Probably. I mean, it has to be, right? Technically feasible. I don't know. Is it a digital sound that the phone makes, or is it something that the phone connection makes? Does that mean something, what I'm saying? Is that something that's... You're connecting something that makes that sound, or is it just like a... At this point, with digital, like with the phones we have right now, it has to be something that's just the phone is making, right? Yeah, it's probably superficial right now. Back then, it was something you connected to, right? But now it's just like local to the phone, yeah. What's up, Laura? It's simulated, like it doesn't actually bring something anymore in the same way it used to. Yeah. Like the fake engine noise in electric cars, yeah. The dial tone came from the phone central office. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dom. You have actual normal engine cars that have speakers in the car that feed a louder version of of your engine sound inside the car, so that you feel like your car is louder. Don't ask why. It is a thing. Electric cars have engine sounds through speakers, so you can hear it incoming. It's a law in some countries. Oh yeah, like for the people outside of the car hearing the... Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, actually. Exhaust sounds from the speakers, yeah. There was a whole discussion at some point with one of the cars. I don't remember if it was one of the modern Mustangs that had that system, but it wasn't actually... Like, it wasn't actually the real sound that was fed in. It was just a simulated sound. Which was very, like, digital simulated sound. That's even weirder. And some cars do the opposite, yeah. I mean, the opposite makes a lot of sense for me. Because you want to be quiet in your, you know, car and be able to listen to music or something without the outside noise interfering. But I think I also get sort of the idea of, like, you know, if you're a car enthusiast and you have a nice sports car, for instance, you know, it's nice to hear the sound that the car makes, but like the fact that it's fed through a speaker, to me, like, is a weird thing. Like, it makes it unnatural. That goes against, like, if you're a car enthusiast, you like hearing the real sound of your car. The fact that it's fed through speakers makes me feel like a car enthusiast wouldn't like that. So it's sort of like, who's that for, right? Like, what's the crowd that actually wants that? It's sort of a weird spot, I feel like. Where the only people who would be interested in hearing the engine more are the ones who want to hear the real engine and would be probably annoyed that it's a virtual sound, right? Yeah, I don't know. Most electric cars make this weird UFO-like sound when they're running at low speeds. Oh yeah? Yeah, Brewer. Maybe, I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think like I'm trying to think about like similar things that could be done in different industries. Think about keyboards, for instance. How far are we from keyboards that are actually silent so that you don't bother people around you, but they feed you like the keyboard sounds in your headphones, for instance? I would hate that, for instance, right? But how many people wouldn't like appreciate that because they need like the sound feedback of typing, but they don't want to bother people around them, for instance? I don't know. Is there a market for that? Probably not. But people spend like keyboards enthusiasts spend so much time selecting their materials and keys and all of this and switches to make sure their keyboard sounds exactly like they want, right? I don't know, it feels like that would be neat if the sound was a typewriter. If it's artificial, I don't see the point, frankly. I consider myself a keyboard enthusiast, and I love the sound of my keyboard, right? And I specifically picked this keyboard because I love the sound of buckling springs. I wouldn't want it to be artificially fed to me. I need to, like, it needs to feel like the actual key is being pressed, right? Like I feel the key and I know that the sound comes from the actual materials in there and the metal, tapping on the metal. And I can, like, you know, there's cohesion there. It's real sound, right? I would hate it if it was artificial, I think. But then again, I don't, you know, I'm in a situation where I don't give a shit about... no one's living around me, right, in the room, so I can make as much noise as I want, and my keyboard is extremely loud. So, I think there may be an audience for artificial sounds that are being fed through your headphones, but... Oh yeah, $10? That's really interesting. You can hear the spacebar on stream? Wait, hold on. Let me... If I open this and I shut up, let's see. Okay, the spacebar hits sometimes, yeah. The keys don't, I don't think. Yeah, if I speak, you can probably hear them, right? If I speak and I open the noise gate with my voice, you can hear them, but not if I just type, basically. The spacebar is louder. Yeah. Very loud spacebar. Sounds like a fucking shotgun. Girthy spacebar, yeah. I actually need to adjust the clamp a little bit. It's a little too loose right now. Some pianos can do that. Silent mode, which blocks the hammer from reaching the strings while feeding headphones with a digitalized version so that you don't disturb your neighbors at 3 a.m. Interesting. And it probably feels better to play over like a completely digital piano, right? Electric guitars are basically that too. Well, sort of. Yes, because like electric guitar, you know, you can play it like that and you're gonna still hear the strings, but it's obviously very quiet and doesn't sound very good. But then the pickups are like turning that, you know, those vibrations, frequencies into proper sound, right? That's done by the amplifier, and you can obviously feed that in your headphones directly if you want to avoid from the amplifier straight into your headphones. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's a bit different. Like the goal of the electric guitar is not to make it silent, right? It's just Right, Sorrow. Sure. I think a better comparison would be an electric drum kit, right? It's just like rubber pads and stuff. Doesn't sound very loud. It sounds like you're tapping on your chair, you know. But you get all the proper sounds when you're listening to it. But I mean, I played a bit on like electric drum kits when I was in bands. Like one of my bandmates had one at home. I don't like it. It doesn't feel like. I mean, it's fun. It's cool. Like I would take that over not being able to play drums at all, right? If you have to be quiet. But I don't really like the feel as opposed to a real drum kit where you like actually feel the skins vibrating and the skins. Is that the word in French? In English, sorry. But yeah, I like the very analog tactile feel of the actual instrument, right? Skins, yeah, heads. Yeah, heads. I think one of the words I was... I don't know, there's just a more physical thing about it that I enjoy, but I mean, for practice, obviously at home when you don't want to wake up the neighbors, it's great. You know. Oh well. Anyway, the ocean breaks. Out of the depth, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard. Is that gonna be my ex-wife? Let's see.
Hello?
She sounds sleepy. Oh no. Am I dying? I just grasped my chest right now. Hello? I want to die. Who is this? I can't tell you who I am. I have a secret plan to win mankind 3,000 years of peace on this planet. I have to be ominously vague. Your voice is so beautiful, or goodbye. I love that there's like relatively understandable sentences and then there's this. Out of nowhere. She sounds sleepy. Yo, Emmy, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. How's what are you playing? Have you finished The Last Guardian? You Ugly Cried? Yeah. Good game. I don't think I liked it quite as much as Shadow of the Colossus, but still, great game. And they you know, it's a great whole narrative with all the games together, so I like it. Dishonored? Nice, nice. Cool, cool, cool. How are you liking it so far? Fun day one? Oh, fair, fair. Can't tell you who I am. I have a secret plan to win mankind 3,000 years of peace on this planet. I have to be ominously... I like that this is a proceed answer. This is very strange. I don't know what to do here. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Emmy. And everyone coming in, welcome in. Hope you guys are doing well. I think I'm just gonna say hello. She hums, her voice warm from sleep.
Who is this?
Who is this?
Dora. Who is this? The connection is bad.
She's still confused. Dora?
Dora. The name feels like a gift. A gift that was meant for you. To make it possible to live. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Bed springs rattle. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing.
Is someone there? I'm not gonna react. I'm gonna trust Volition on this one, I think.
It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
Man, those are some weird choices now. And I can't get away with it, apparently. Your voice is so beautiful. I'm gonna go with that and see what happens.
No, no. It's you, isn't it? It's you.
I want to die.
What?
I don't know why I said that. Your voice makes me want to turn into dust. I want to live with you. I'm not sure if... Obviously, the implication here is that potentially that's my ex-wife, right? But is that what's happening? I don't know. Obviously, that's the perspective from which I'm looking at it, but... I don't remember if she ever... Like, the letter that I got, was the name signed? I don't think... I don't remember if it was signed. I think so. What morning? Your voice makes me want to turn into dust, or I want to live with you. Your voice makes me want to turn into dust.
Oh no. Is that you?
Her voice sounds like she's waking up, still plaintive, tired.
This is too much. You need to recede.
A creature is a creature. I wish I was the wind. Or no.
Oh no, not this. What time is it?
This is so strange. I can't tell you who I am. I have a secret plan to win mankind 3,000 years of peace on this planet. I have to be ominously vague. I don't get it, but I'm gonna click on it and see what comes off of it.
You're not ominous, Harry. You're drunk.
What's up, Santa? Harry, how do you know my name? Harry, who's Harry? Are you sleeping with him? I'm also Harry. I'm not drunk. I am not drunk. Okay, I'm drunk. What does it matter? I'm still me. I'm not drunk, I'm high. I'm not drunk or high. I'm just hurt. Why does it hurt to talk to you? So what I'm what I'm obviously, you know, the implication here that I'm getting is that we're talking to our ex-wife. And I think this whole answer here, the way I'm looking at it, is that it's just Harry being weird to try and get away from the, like, you know, the reality of what the situation is, right? It's a way to deflect once again and try to avoid and try to, you know. But obviously the Dora, who I'm assuming, again, is our ex-wife. Apparently, that's not the first time this has happened, that she gets a call, right? Not this, the implication here, not this again, right? I'm not drunk or high. I'm just hurt. What does it hurt to talk to you? Yeah, why does it hurt to talk to you? Clearly, it's hurting me. And I mean, I have a pretty good idea of why it hurts, but let's ask, at least.
Oh, God.
There's silence. It's heavy as tin. The white noise howls. Hey, are you there? Say nothing. I'm gonna go with Is tin known for its weight? I don't know. I mean, I guess tin can be pretty heavy, right? It's usually, we just, like, the practical uses we have for it are very light, thin versions of it, so it's not really heavy, but maybe if it's like a dense block of tin, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure if if I'm going with hay or say nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna go with hay.
Do you know what time it is? It's so late here.
Sounds like she's looking for a clock on the nightstand.
It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
So this is 11 hours in the past or 13 in the future. I like that it took me so long to do 24 minus 11. Do you want to party? I want to talk about me. Who am I? You sound like you know me. Where are you? You sound like you're in another world. Where are you going in 2 hours? I am the law. I am a detective. I'm doing a case. There's a hanged man. Is someone there with you? No. Okay. Let's see. Wonder how time zones work in this world. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because of the whole, you know, pale separating land masses and all that. It's, I don't know. I doubt, like, I don't feel like it's gonna be the same way. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, you know, if as long as you accept it, it's fine. It's okay if you don't understand why you're being deleted. That happens. I'm trusting... obviously, I can't give you an answer. I'm just trusting that the mods know what they're doing. And also, you know, the mods know that sometimes it only takes a very small little bit of very inoffensive information to send me on a whole different line of thinking that, you know, obviously the mods, maybe by knowing me or having that sort of understanding of how my brain works, can sort of figure out, oh, that might send him in a whole thing that maybe could help him figure out something or some, you know, and then they just prefer getting rid of it. You know, it, again, it's alright. Not a punishment. It's not, there's no hard feelings whatsoever. We just have to have a very strict line to, you know, to prevent fringe cases and line skirting. A lot of it, frankly, is just to avoid the line skirting, because then it gets into a whole thing where, where's the line, and then everyone gets upset, and, you know, why was this deleted and not that, and, you know, so you just... Yeah. I'm sure you get it. It just makes it easier for everyone. Yeah, that's a good point, Saladino, for sure. When in doubt, delete is always the right choice. Because a deletion doesn't do anything, really. There's no consequences. But a message that seems inoffensive and suddenly, you know, spoils something or affects the experience in a meaningful way, you can't take that back, right? There's no going back, unfortunately. When in doubt, it's always better to be a little on the safe side. It only takes one. Only takes one, you know, message that slips through the cracks and you can completely ruin an experience, so... Flashback to the 3-day Delicate Flower saga. Was that only 3 days? I feel like that lasted a lot more. Maybe it's because it was such a like monumental task that it feels like it lasted longer. But... This is a threat in Minecraft. Dude, okay. I have to talk about this. I have to rant about this for a second. I hate this new trend of people saying something and then saying in Minecraft or in GTA as a sort of way to, you know, oh yeah, I don't mean that literally, by the way. Oh yeah, no, sure, you just said, I'm gonna kill myself. I figured that wasn't something you were actually going to do right now. You don't have to say in GTA, right? I get that. I hate it. I hate this trend. It's so annoying. Like, you know, something bad happens in the game or something and people are like, oh, fuck, I'm gonna kill myself in GTA. And I'm like, yes, okay, thanks. We figured out you weren't actually gonna put a fucking bullet in your brain because you lost in a video game. You've never seen this trend before? I think it's something that's starting to, you know, take some... on Twitch right now, like it's starting to gain some ground. I'm seeing it more and more. Like I've been seeing it for the past 3-4 weeks maybe, and it's starting to... I think it's been pretty common for years. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing it more and more these days. But it maybe, you know what, it probably depends on the communities. Maybe there's some communities that do it more or some less. But because of Twitch bans? Well, yeah, but I don't know. I sometimes think people think they're gonna get banned more easily than they think they will, right? And because it sometimes feels like Twitch is banning people willy-nilly, but what actually happens is that some people get mass reported for whatever reason, and then they get suspended for a certain period of time. But I feel like you can say a lot of depraved shit and it's never gonna ban you, and then you can say absolutely nothing and people want to mass report you for whatever troll reason or something because you got into an argument with another community or whatever happens, and then you get suspended anyway. So I don't know. I think people think the TOS are a little more strict than they are in reality. Yeah, brewer. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was. You know what? Then maybe it's a thing of I've just never been in communities that were using this, and I've seen a couple of communities doing it a lot lately, and I thought it was a trend that was happening, but it's actually not. Okay, good to know. Well, anyway, that trend or not trend, people saying that makes me want to kill myself. There. See? It works. You guys know that I'm not being serious. I don't have to add it. In GTA though, right? I said what I said. I'm calling the police. What is it called? Like a something check. When you send someone, you check on someone. What's the term again? I forget. Safety check. Is that safety check? I feel like it's a different word. Yeah. Wellness check. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah. Welfare check. No, that's different. The real trend plaguing Twitch is EP. I don't mind EP. I'm okay with it. I don't use it, but it's fine. Streamer gets committed into mental ward after saying he wanted to kill himself on stream. Failed to add in GTA or Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. Comically large check. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, to me, okay. And again, that's one of my pet peeves. And I know it's a little bit of a hot take. So I don't want anyone to feel invalidated by what I'm going to say. But to me, it's a bit like the same thing with putting a /s for sarcasm. And then people say, or a kappa, for instance. And then people saying, oh, I'm putting a kappa because, I want to make it obvious that it's sarcasm, or putting a /s to make it obvious that it's sarcasm. I don't think you need it. If it's appropriately used and written correctly, you can tell it's sarcasm. That's the point. Tone indicators are very important, but that's the phrasing. That's the way you phrase things, the way the words you use, and the context of the situation, right? And of course, you're gonna miss sarcasm sometimes, but that's because maybe you arrive in a conversation, and you didn't hear the conversation, or you don't know the people, or you don't have any idea of the context, and someone says something, and you don't pick up on the sarcasm. But that happens in real life, like in voice too, like when you're seeing someone and someone speaks and you're not used to their way of speaking, you can also sometimes miss sarcasm. That's something that's gonna happen sometimes. I don't think it's harder on the internet. I disagree that it's harder on text. In fact, sarcasm initially is something that was born from text stuff. It's a figure of, like it's a writing thing initially. People don't understand sarcasm. Yeah, but that's a thing that happens all the time, right? Non-native speakers, neurodivergent people. Well, but here's the thing, though. why sarcasm specifically? Why do we not... Why then are we talking about adding tone indicators for everything? Yeah, but why do we do it specifically for sarcasm then? It doesn't always convey in text correctly. I so disagree with that. It's insane. In my opinion, if you don't get it in text, it means you wouldn't have gotten it in real, like in voice either. The meaning can change the most with sarcasm? I don't know about that. I can hear sarcasm better than I can read it. Sure, but is that true for everyone? Because in the same sense, maybe some people can read it better than they can hear it. And yet, in person, we don't feel the need to add, oh, by the way, sarcasm, when we're saying it every time, right? We don't feel the need to add tone indicators. No, I get that, but why is sarcasm such a big deal? And not everything else then? Because in that case, let's just start adding, you know, tone indicators for everything. Why just sarcasm? We have tone of voice in person? Well, sure, but I feel like that also applies to writing, but I don't know. And I think it's not like, here's the thing, we're also like, again, that's one of the things we do here is we're focusing on the receptor. And I don't think it's just a receptor problem. I think people don't know how to write sarcasm properly. And they don't know when to use sarcasm appropriately too. That's a big deal too. But a sarcastic person should not have to cater to an audience? I don't know about that. I don't know. I think that's a big question of communication. Like, who does the responsibility of communication lie on? Is it on the receptor or the emitter? I personally tend to lean towards it's on the emitter perspective. Like, the person emitting the message has more responsibility than the receptor to make the message clear. Communication responsibility lies on everyone involved. I mean, you know, again, I'm not saying you're like anyone is wrong in that scenario. I'm just not sure if I agree. Maybe Jesus. That's an interesting point. I mean, I agree that facial expressions, voice tones, etc. go away with text, but text also brings other things that physical interactions don't, right? That also help with context. For instance, the fact that text doesn't disappear, right? It's not fleeting. You can read again and you can, no, without tone indicators. I'm just like talking raw text, right? Without adding some, /s or modern or even emotes or anything like that, right? Just pure writing. Like, to me, the way to express how I feel about it, to me, it's like the /s is as if I had a little, sign with me, and when I say something, I would just hold it up to say sarcasm, right? That's how it feels to me to have a /s at the end of a text, right? It feels like, yeah, sure. I mean, it adds context to the whole thing, and it adds a tone indicator, but if people IRL at those signs, that would be wonderful, TBH. Yeah, maybe. And in that, I could agree with that, for sure. But that sort of goes to my point, right? Is that I don't think it's different whether it's in text or in person. The signs are different. The indicators are different, but you can miss sarcasm just as much in real life as you can on the internet. And especially if we're talking about like neurodivergence. If you've been around autistic people, you know how easily they can miss real life indicators, right? So my only problem, going back to the beginning of that conversation, my only problem with it is that I don't think it's a specific text online problem. I think it's just a thing in general. I don't think it's, I disagree with the statement. If you ask me, do you think tone indicators can be useful? Yes, absolutely. But if you ask me, do you think sarcasm is harder to identify on the internet or impossible to tell on the internet, which is what a lot of people are saying? No, that's what I disagree with, right? I think that's my, probably my main point, right? That I may be poorly expressed, but that's on me as the emitter. My main point is that I really don't like when, like, the blanket, oh, well, you can't tell sarcasm on the internet is being brought up. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of people can't express sarcasm very well in written form. I don't think they're better at, they're probably not better at it in, vocal form, but they maybe do it less, I don't know. Or they don't realize as much. I don't know. And I know a lot of people can't understand sarcasm, but again, that applies to real life interactions as much as it does in text. I just don't agree with the blanket statement, you can't tell sarcasm in text. I think that's my ultimate point, right? Which is why it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine when someone brings that up, right? Isn't it interesting that a simple dot became a tone indicator? Using it in the end of a sentence in chat makes sentence sound passively aggressive. Yeah, we've had that conversation before, actually, in the past. I'm one of the people who tend to punctuate, pretty correctly on the internet, right? I use punctuation, I use capital letters and all that shit, like a nerd. And I think people tend to think that I'm being a bit more curt or aggressive than I am, right? Just because I'm using those, punctuation signs. Like, I put a period at the end of my sentences. You will see me very often just say yes, period, right? In a chat message, which for some reason some people interpret as being very curt. It's just, no, it's just a, yeah, like. I don't think it's necessarily intelligent, right, Felon? It's like, again, I agree with everyone saying that, like perception can be different and neurodivergence. I understand that. All of that makes total sense to me. I just disagree that it's something that's specific to text. I've been around plenty of autistic people, and they, for instance, and they don't get a lot of the little tone stuff, or they don't pick up on those cues in person as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, but then we agree. I mean, then we absolutely agree. That was my whole point. I just don't like the way sarcasm is singled out as like, oh, you can't tell sarcasm in text form, which is something that a lot of people sort of fall back on by default when there's misunderstanding in conversations. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just a matter of, well, communication is difficult in general, regardless of the medium. Yeah, but that's on me, I mean, right? I poorly expressed my point of view there. I tried to make a shortcut of the conversation, because time pressure, and I went too quickly through some of the points that I was trying to make. So that's on me. But yeah, no, I mean, if you ask me, like, do we think, like, I don't know, it's strange. I think it's strange that we mostly use that for sarcasm still, like those tone indicators. You rarely see people adding different indicators. Well, I mean, I guess emotes are being used for that in many ways. Yeah, I don't know. Another thing that sort of tangential to that whole situation that annoys me very much is oh yeah, no. I'm definitely not in that crowd, Archie's, It's I'm more interested in the, like the specific idiosyncrasies, I guess would be the word, of why certain things are, why it's being used for sarcasm a lot, and why sarcasm is like sort of singled out as a thing that's I guess maybe there's more consequences when sarcasm is missed. But yeah, that's sort of tangential to what I was trying to say is you can see sometimes like people say horrible shit in Twitch chat, for instance, to take a very specific example, and they're putting a kappa at the end of it. And they think that by just putting a kappa there, it makes it okay. As if it was, oh, well, it's just a joke or something. And I'm like, putting the kappa there doesn't do anything. It's not helping. You're still being rude. Literal versus implied argument. I may have missed it, Zoro. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, RGZ. There's a, you know, if you're in a private setting with your friends and you guys understand each other in that sort of humor, then that's fine. I mean, I don't necessarily... But... No, I mean, I get that, Rossetti. Yeah. You tend... It's easy on the internet to think that things are more negative than they should. Hold on, let me just... I'm quickly doing something here. Since we're going a little bit over time. I need to just set that so we're good for a few more minutes after that. Oh, not long stream. No, I'm gonna... Well, I mean, I'm gonna continue that conversation. We're in the game right now. Maybe, Emmy? I also wonder, and I'm not sure how much that ground that idea has, but how much of a ground to stand on, I guess I'm trying to say, but I mean, I do think communication and understanding people, a lot of a lot of it comes from familiarity. Obviously, you know, if you see me, like, for instance, in Naz's chat, right, and that's your first time here, you're probably gonna have a very poor impression of me with the stuff I'm saying in there. When I'm being you know, on a provocative day, or if I'm trying to just give Naz a lot of shit and I'm being just, you know. But that's because, you know, like, if you've been around and you know the way I interact with Naz or anything, you know how much of it is just banter or sarcasm or just trash talking, right? But I wouldn't do that in a chat if I'm brand new in a chat, right? I'm not gonna interact with people in the same way. And I think maybe that's a part of the problem too, is that people in chat feel too comfortable sometimes trying to make jokes or sarcastic comments when they're just brand new and nobody has the context or nobody knows them or there's no relationship established, you know? That helps with framing all of that. And so when, like, people say, oh, well, I mean, it came off as rude because sarcasm doesn't read on the internet, that's not exactly what's actually happening. What's happening is you said a comment with no context or familiarity whatsoever, and it came off as rude. Anyway, even if you added a /s or a kappa, it's still gonna be rude because we don't know you. We don't have, you know, the familiarity or the context that makes it okay for you to come in and have those sorts of comments, right? I think that's a big part of it too, right? And so I think that's another aspect of it is yourself, defending yourself by saying, oh, well, my message was just a funny sarcasm or like sarcastic joke or something, but sarcasm doesn't read on the internet. It's sort of a way to deflect the responsibility of your... Maybe you just, you know, you try to make a joke in a place that, in the wrong place and time because, you know, you're brand new, you don't know the context, and I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud there, but I don't know. Am I completely off base? I don't know. Anyway, it's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. Do you want to party? I want to talk about me. Who am I? You sound like you know me. Where are you? You sound like you're in another world. Where are you going in 2 hours? I am the law. I'm the detective. I'm going a case. There's a hangman. Is there someone there with you? Yeah, Archeesy, you know, there's been a few times where I felt the same. And a lot of times I didn't pick that option because I wasn't sure if it was going to be sarcasm. And I feel like every time that I did pick it, it ended up being sarcasm. Which I think tells me two things. One is that they've done a good job at writing stuff in a sarcastic way, because you're like, okay, this feels like sarcasm. This is sarcasm. But at the same time, you don't trust the game fully because you're like, I don't trust the game fully, and I'm afraid that it's gonna come off as like very literal. But I think that's just me not trusting the writers. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't picked all of those options, so I can't say I can say for sure that every time it was sarcastic when it seemed like it was, but Also, the problem here, RTZ, I feel like, is Harry is such a wild character in terms of the way he communicates with people. I think it adds to the sort of craziness of it, and I think a big part of that is because the character is all the writing, all the answers and all the options go in very different ways to allow you to express your identity and your role playing in very different. So it makes all the writing sometimes go in very wild different directions, which I think adds to the confusion of, okay, I don't have a clear idea of who Harry is as a character, because obviously they're giving you a lot of different options to make it exactly who you want it to be, if that makes sense. So you don't have that defined character of Harry that helps you read those things with the appropriate context. Which again, I don't think is a failure of the actual line that's written. It's just a problem of the context is way too vague because of the way it's designed, right? If Harry was a very defined character, you could always tell, I'm pretty sure. Because you would know how he usually expresses himself, and you would see the differences, and you would, you know. But that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Which I guess it goes to back to what I just said, right? The familiarity, which is impossible with a character that's open-ended, right? Yeah, interesting. Anyway, all this to say that I think as a general concept, sarcasm is perfectly readable in text. But indeed, there are so many hurdles in general communication that sometimes sarcasm doesn't land. Regardless if it's in text, in writing, in whatever form. Saladino, thank you for the $20. I hate it. I hate it here, says Saladino. Well, I'm gonna take you very. You didn't put a tone indicator. Is the $20 a tone indicator? Clearly, from context, I can tell that you're not hating it here, right? So I guess, guess it works. Have you seen Joe Perez stuff? I haven't. No. Joe Perez. Is he a comedian? I don't know why Joe Perez sounds like a comedian name. I want to say yes, but it's complicated. Okay. Now I need to open a tab, put Joe Perez in it, and look into it after the stream. Thank you, Saladino. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to put this contribution to good use. Thank you. I feel like this answer was the one that appeals to me the most. I want to talk about me. Who am I? You sound like you know me. Ugh! What?
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
Jeez. Stop dying, Harry. What the hell? Oh yes, Aladino? Interesting. What do you want to talk about that we haven't already talked about?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Oh my god. Where are you? You sound like you're in another world. My heart hurts. I'm gonna have a heart attack? Oh, jeez. Where are you? You sound like you're in another world.
I'm in Morova, sleeping.
Morova. I feel like that's the first time I hear that name in the game. Morova. Where are you going in 2 hours?
To work.
Where?
The academy, where I work.
The academy? That sounds better than my job. I'm happy. My job is sad and terrible. It has dead bodies in it. That sounds better than my job. I'm happy.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper. What are you doing to yourself right now?
I'm making a funny prank call. Catastrophic damage. I don't know. I don't understand what's happening. Catastrophic damage, probably.
You need to stop, Harry. You'll die.
My heart hurts. I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Oh no, please stop. Please, let's just hang up.
Alright, Rossetti. I've never heard of it. I'm gonna look into it. Interesting. I am the law. I'm a detective. I'm doing a case. There's a hanged man.
She does not answer anymore.
I'm gonna solve it. This doesn't matter. This case doesn't matter. None of it matters. Not anymore. Can you help me solve it? I need to solve it. They won't take me back if I don't. I'm gonna solve it.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
Oh shit.
Run. To the church. Home. Anywhere but here. Anything but calling her again.
Put 10 cents in and dial the long phone number again. Hold on. What if I... Oh, do I have to? Okay.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Okay. The Blitz. Sprezzatura and sparkling wine. Tax evasion schemes. Okay, so it's a... modern art bullshit? I don't know. Encyclopedia passives give plus 10 XP and plus 2 real. I'm sorry, what? Plus 2 real. Minus 2 suggestion, pretentious wanker. Okay, well, okay. I don't think I can keep that because of the -2 suggestion, unfortunately. The XP bonus is great. But this one has a downside that I don't care about. This was as a downside that I really care about. And I don't think... I mean, the +2 real, honestly, is pretty insane. But the -2 suggestion... The -2 suggestion sucks. I'm gonna be real there. Am I gonna pass on tax evasion? I may. I'm not sure I want to keep that. Hold on, let me take a note. Keep or forget Humpty pot. I don't know. I have to figure it out. I'm not sure if I want to keep it or discard it. I mean, the fucking bonuses are great. Like, it's a lot of money. But -2 suggestion? I mean, I guess I could just take all those extra experience points and just put everything in there to compensate, but... Yeah, I don't know.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter, caustic taste on the tip of your tongue as you look at the handset. Life is garbage.
Thank you, Inland Empire. Okay, so I can call the long number again. I think we're gonna do it. I think I'm gonna call the long number again. Tomorrow, obviously. All right. Well, that was something. Whoops. Thank you, everyone, for watching the show tonight. I hope that was fun enough for you guys. Appreciate the raids, everyone. Thank you so much for those. I'm gonna raid out in a minute myself, if you don't mind waiting. That'd be awesome. I'm gonna call the number, long number again in Minecraft. Yeah, /S. No, but interesting conversation, Archeesy. Thank you for helping me get to my actual point, which I sort of brushed over by trying to be a bit provocative and hot take, funny or whatever. I appreciate that. But yeah, interesting. I'm very, obviously, you know, as someone who's enjoys writing and all that, I'm very fascinated by communication. I think communication is extremely interesting, and I love talking about it. It's such a complex thing that we could talk about for hours and hours and days, and there's no perfect way to communicate. That's why it's so interesting and difficult. So definitely more conversations to be had about communication, a topic I'm very passionate about. So anyway, thank you for the raids, everyone. Thanks, Saladino, for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for the lurks and the conversations. The support means a lot, regardless of its form. I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Disco Elysium. There's a lot more we need to get into. I think I'm going to call that number again, start of the stream tomorrow, see what happens. And then we'll go to church and do all that exploration, I guess. There's so much more to it, it seems. So yeah, let's get back into it. But anyway, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.